Johnson accusing the Biden administration of undermining the nation's highest court. President Biden back on the road with his public appearances being closely watched, more so than usual. Fox's Ryan Schmelz in Washington with more.
After a rocky debate performance raised questions about President Biden's ability to be commander-in-chief, he'll once again have the opportunity to prove it. Principal Deputy Campaign Manager Quentin Fulks.
We are in campaign season, and the president is going to continue to hit the battleground states and campaign as he has been campaigning for months.
The president is scheduled to deliver remarks today on extreme weather at the D.C. Operations Center before heading to Virginia for a campaign event. The president won the Commonwealth handily in 2020, but polls show this time around former President Trump neck and neck with the president. In Washington, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
The National Park Service is prepping for the annual 4th of July fireworks show in Washington, D.C. along the National Mall. Gwen Talbart with Washington, D.C. TV affiliate WPHT reports.
We were told that they were down there getting all set up and starting already to put all their preparations in place. And they are very, very aware of the fact that it is going to be a hot, sticky, muggy day. And there is a chance of seeing some storms. Mike Litteris from the National Park Service talked to us a little bit, and he was telling me how they do prepare for everything when it comes to that.
We've got to make arrangements for folks to be cool, to hydrate during the day. There's always a chance that a thunderstorm is going to fire up in the afternoon, so we do have a evacuation plan if need be.
Mike did say if it is just some light rain that the show will go on at 9:09 as planned.
I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Everyone in an election for President of the United States will critically examine all of the issues and make a decision.
There you go.
So if you've wondered how elections work, everybody kind of sits down and they take their notes and they look at the issues and they say, okay, I like this issue, or this guy was better with that policy. And then you go to the ballots on election day, or you do a mail-in ballot or an absentee or whatever you might do, and you make your choice.
Imagine that.
How elections work with Kamala Harris, coming up tonight at 7 on PBS.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A good start to the new week, the new month, and the new quarter on Wall Street Monday, up across the board. The Dow gained 51, the Nasdaq up 147 for its 21st record close of the year. The S&P 500 up 15. Microsoft hitting an all-time high and notching its 28th record close of the year. Apple scored its 5th record close of the year. Fed Chair Jerome Powell will be speaking this morning before a policy panel at the European Central Bank Forum. Today we'll get the auto sales figures for June. Unemployment numbers this week come tomorrow, as the markets will close at 1 p.m. tomorrow. They're also closed for Independence Day Thursday. On Friday, the all-important jobs report for June. Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment, the parent company of Redbox, has filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The company has nearly $1 billion in debt and owes over 500 creditors, including Sony Pictures, Warner Brothers, Walgreens, and Walmart. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Days after the debate, Democrats largely circled around the president, defending his shaky debate performance. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman told Fox News Sunday one bad debate night doesn't make a career, that he should know, as his Senate debate nearly 2 years ago happened after his stroke.
Biden is 1 and Trump is still 0, and he's the only person that's ever beaten Trump. And I really believe that Joe Biden will do that again, despite all of the Democrats wetting the bed over that kind of thing.
There were hints from some Democrats of concern. Politico reported that Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer called a senior Biden campaign official to say she hated that her name was being floated as a replacement candidate and that she disavowed the effort. but that Michigan is no longer winnable for President Biden. Monday, Whitmer wrote, "Not only do I believe Joe can win Michigan, I know he can because he's got the receipts." Maryland Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin said on MSNBC Sunday,
"There are very honest and serious and rigorous conversations taking place at every level of our party because it is a political party and we have differences of point of view."
A New York Times report out of the weekend said the president's family members are urging him to stay in the race. One top donor blamed 3 of the president's staffers, calling them political grifters. For all the worry about the president's debate performance, former Deputy National Press Secretary for the Democratic Party, Jose Aristimuño, told Trey Gowdy on Fox's Sunday Night in America,
"We saw Joe Biden this week after that debate in Raleigh, North Carolina. He was very energetic. He made it very clear he does not plan to go anywhere and that he's up for the job."
That North Carolina rally the day after the debate, however, included a teleprompter for President Biden, and it was in the middle of the day.
"When you get knocked down, you get back up."
To all the chatter about potential Democratic replacements, a Biden team memo went out that read, if he were to drop out, there'd be weeks of chaos, internal food fighting, and a bunch of candidates who limp onto a brutal floor fight at the convention. All of that would be in service of a nominee who'd go into a general election in the weakest position with $0. You want a highway to losing? It's that, the memo said.
If President Biden would say, I'm stepping away, this becomes an open convention.
Shannon Bream is the anchor of Fox News Sunday.
And everything that we're hearing out of this weekend's conversations, his time with his family at Camp David, they're encouraging him to stay in. So removing him without him stepping aside is pretty much impossible at this point when it comes down to that convention. And they do make the point that, yeah, somebody else has got to start over with a completely different fundraising situation. There could be a positive for that because some of these contenders, as you know, the unfavorables are very high for President Trump and for President Biden. If you bring in a new face, they're going to start off, many of them, somebody like a Wes Moore or a Gretchen Whitmer, with certain favorables working for them. Now, you know, once somebody gets out there and starts getting beat up and ads start getting run and they have to start talking about things, that can dissipate pretty quickly. So, yes, anything that Democrats would do away from President Biden is definitely a gamble. And only he, absent some really extenuating circumstance, could be the one to make it happen.
Is the risk, though, seeming like undemocratic? If you put, I mean, much to your point, he's got the delegates, right? If you put someone up or if you go through this without having a traditional primary fighter, or are we just going more old school and the party bosses are more in charge of the convention like it's like the 1880s or something?
Right. And it's so funny because you hear the Republicans who are like, he did a terrible job. Maybe he did too terrible of a job because we don't actually want him off the ticket, saying those very things now, saying, yeah, it would be undemocratic of you to sit here and yell about preserving democracy and the rule of law and doing things by the book, and then going to all of your primary and caucus voters and saying, oh, yeah, but we don't care about you now because this guy may cost us the White House. That is definitely the line of attack that Republicans are taking. They want him to stay on the ticket. And the fact is, this is so far out from September when early voting starts in very late September, October, November. We may have had 50 other political scandals and October surprises by then. So, you know, most of the Democrats and certainly the president seem that they feel the best course moving forward is to stick with the man they've got, stick with the funding they've got, and press forward past what they're calling one bad night.
So on the Sunday shows, I kept hearing over the weekend that a lot of Democrats are standing firm. They're defending the president, right? But that behind the scenes, everyone's a bit more worried than the face they're willing to put on television. And I think it was Jamie Raskin who said, you know, serious conversations, serious, honest conversations are happening. Are we waiting for like polling to drop for that to become more? Are we waiting for something for Democrats to kind of make a decision?
I do think that the polling is going to potentially move some folks. I mean, if you saw something substantial, and keep in mind, I don't know that it will move substantially. I think most people out there already knew that President Biden was older. They've already told pollsters that they're worried about that and they're not sure about his mental acuity. So I don't know that it's almost like with President Trump's convictions. I think a lot of these things are baked in for voters. They know that there's legal trouble for President Trump. They know that there is some, halting speech and walking for President Biden. So knowing that voters already know all that stuff, I'm not sure that Thursday moves the polls a whole bunch. But if it does, you are going to, I think, hear from more lawmakers. Now, most of them have been quiet. This is the man who is the head of their party. And so they're going to stick with him. But they selfishly, some of them do worry about what happens down ballot. And if they're worried about holding on to their House or Senate seat and they see a real emergency light warning going off in new polling, I do think you'll see more of them say something publicly. But it really, at this point, is such a dicey operation to try to change horses mid-race that I think it would have to be really shocking polling for any of these lawmakers to go public.
Well, yeah, would somebody have to come to the president and say, look, down ballot races are worried. How you do it for, if you can't do it for you, do it for all of these other people who are trying to win and, grab back the House and keep the Senate.
Yeah, and there's pressure on him from a number of places. I do think, like I said, if the if the polling changes and then people are worried about losing their seats and they start to now publicly say, okay, we're not going to stand with him anymore. He's got to think about something. All the editorials now are think about the country. But if it turns into and think about losing the House and Senate and these folks are upset. We heard reporting this weekend that there were lawmakers and incumbents and people who are running in their Democratic races say they don't want the president or the first lady anywhere near their district. They feel like it's unhelpful and they're worried about the optics of that. So yeah, you're going to maybe start to hear more of that coming to the forefront as people start to say, it's not just about the country, it's also about these races. And, one editorial I saw this weekend had the headline, something like, it's up to us, it's up to the First Lady, to Dr. Jill Biden, to help us oust her president husband off of the ticket. So there's pressure coming from all different places, but mostly it's been from sort of the punditry and media class, not so much the lawmakers yet.
I heard a reporter on Monday morning say in defense of President Biden that he always defies the expectations and that's probably what the family is betting on here, that it's possible to turn this around, that Biden has turned things around before. But age, you cannot turn around. So how do you do that?
Well, remember the very next day on Friday, he was at a campaign event, I believe it was in North Carolina. And man, that was the guy that we saw at the State of the Union. He was energetic. He was much more crisp. He was getting around better. He wasn't stumbling on his words and kind of mumbling in that very low energy and weak voice. We'd been told he had a cold. He said he had a sore throat Thursday night. There was a different guy on Friday who seemed to have his energy up and be much more engaged. So I think that they feel like if he keeps showing up that way, they can say that Thursday night debate was a one-off. It wasn't representative of him as a whole. A lot of his supporters are pointing back to, President Obama had bad debates, that you can overcome these things. So the guy that showed up at the State of the Union exceeded expectations and really buoyed the party to feel confident and excited about him. So they believe that the majority of the time, that is the version of Joe Biden you're going to get on the campaign trail.
Yeah, and spontaneous interactions rather than teleprompter reading, I think, will be maybe pretty key. Shannon, just a couple more for you. I know you saw this when there was a Biden team email that went out. I think it was like a fundraising email. And it compared how other Democrats, other than Joe Biden, would do against Donald Trump. And none of them beat him, but neither does Biden in this polling that was sent out. And no one does better than President Biden. And it was a lot of people, on social media were like, why is the Biden team sending this out? This doesn't make a case for them.
Well, and I thought it was interesting that you would mention the other potential rivals or competitors to step up and snatch that seat in your fundraising email while showing that you all lose. And it wasn't a huge margin. It wasn't as if, President Biden is within a point or two, but look, Gretchen Whitmer, she's down 15 points. Or Gavin Newsom, he's down 20 points. It wasn't that. They were all kind of close to the margin of error. So it was odd to me that they would mention them by name, but I think they felt they had to specifically address that conversation about replacement because it has gotten so loud.
Yeah. Okay, last one for you. On the immunity ruling from Monday, we've all been waiting for it. Jonathan Turley said on our air, this ruling on presidential immunity is a middle road decision, despite everyone freaking out over partisanship. And of course, he said that it has been found the president does have some immunity, but he said the ruling also says while official acts get immunity, not everything a president does is an official act, right? That was from the ruling itself. So the question is, does this ruling say, as to Jack Smith's case against President Trump, it no longer holds up?
Well, no. I mean, what it says is there are serious challenges ahead for Jack Smith. It's a big win for President Trump in that this definitely delays things, probably beyond the possibility of getting a trial on the books before November. But what it doesn't do is say the whole case goes away. What it does is say this goes back down to the lower court now to decide what are official acts, what are unofficial acts. And then from there, you peel away immunity for something that's an unofficial act. So there's still a long road ahead for President Trump. Now, I think whether he wins or not makes a huge difference in this case, but Jack Smith very much still has a live case. It's going to take time to take this back to the trial court and weed through official versus unofficial. But whatever's left there, then he proceeds with his prosecution of President Trump on that front, if there's anything left.
Very good. Shannon Bream, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344. 800-568-3344.
Why is Navage perfect for allergy sufferers? Rhino Systems Medical Director Dr. Howard Levine explains.
If someone's exposed to allergens, they can get rid of those immediately by washing out the nose. Navage works by pulling saline in one nostril, through the nose and out the other nostril, sucking out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Experience on-the-spot relief so you could breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier.
Navage is available at Sam's Club, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or online at Navage.com. Navage, breathe easy.
Former CI officer Jason Hansen here. As someone who's dedicated my life to protecting people, I know the importance of guarding what matters most. And right now, with the global instability, that means securing your financial assets with gold. For me, I trust Advantage Gold with my own investments. Call them right now at 800-900-GOLD for a 100% free gold guide. And mention my name, and you'll also receive a complimentary $1,300 gift. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-GOLD right now.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Philadelphia will host a presidential forum organized by an Asian and Pacific Islander American voting advocacy group. Hurricane Beryl strengthens to a Category 5 storm, and President Biden says the Supreme Court's decision on presidential immunity sets a dangerous precedent.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You can still look great in that bathing suit this summer since it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds with NJ Diet. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. Within a week of starting, you will notice pounds coming off and you'll feel good too since you are doing it the natural way. Quickly and safely. You can still get slimmer this summer and without any shots. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com to lose the weight for good.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old inefficient windows and doors with the great people
glad Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. Have drafty windows you've been meaning to replace? Well, you receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. In need of new doors? Well, Guida's got you covered there as well, with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Don't let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st, so call Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Donald Trump celebrating the Supreme Court's ruling in his immunity case Monday. Stipulated official acts as president are immune from prosecution. Fox's Brian Yanis.
The decision adding to the Trump campaign's momentum following President Biden's calamitous debate performance last week. A new poll conducted before the debate showed Trump ahead of Biden by 4 points in a head-to-head rematch in battleground Michigan.
President Biden blasted the high court's decision. Hurricane Beryl, now a powerful Category 5 storm, packing winds of 160 miles an hour after making landfall as a Category 4 storm.
Beryl is one of only 3 major hurricanes to pass south of Martinique since 1851, making it an incredibly rare storm. The forecast track now takes the storm across the Caribbean to the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico on Friday. The storm is expected to slowly weaken as it approaches Mexico.
Meteorologist Adam Klotz, America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
It's the end of an era in the Bay Area. Klay Thompson, part of the core 3 for Golden State that led to 4 championships, is moving on and plans on signing with the Dallas Mavericks, according to ESPN. The move required a multi-team sign and trade that sends Dallas guard Josh Green to Charlotte and 2 second-round picks to the Warriors. Thompson will reportedly join the Mavericks on a 3-year, $50 million deal just 2 weeks after Dallas was eliminated in its first NBA final since 2011. Thompson and Steph Curry, known as the Splash Brothers, form the best shooting backcourt in the history of the NBA, going to the finals 6 times together. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I will say that listening to this J.J. Redick press conference, that first F-bomb was a masterstroke of an F-bomb. When he's doing the build-up and getting to everything else, and let me tell you, I don't give an F about it. That was perfect. I have no issue with that. Even for an introductory press conference, I got no problem with that first one. I thought the second F-bomb was a little redundant. I thought that was him. I want you to be comfortable and be yourself. But I do think there's a time and place. Post-game loss or win, heat of the moment, you're going to have some F-bombs back and forth to the media at times. We see that all the time in press conferences. Introductory press conference to the head coaching job of especially a major franchise like the Lakers. A very well-placed F-bomb like that first one from J.J. Redick, I'll let pass. I just thought the second one was not necessary. I thought the first one was pretty good because of what he was saying.
I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too. Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Recovery from mental and substance use disorders is real. It happens every day. You can recover. Discover hope and help.
Never give up on yourself.
Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
Will Cain.
What's on your mind?
Hey, it's Will Cain of The Will Cain Show. Just hit subscribe to The Will Cain Show on Apple or on Spotify. The Supreme Court of the United States has granted great immunity powers to the office of the presidency. What you've been sold for half a decade in America. This kind of fever-pitched hyperbole, I believe, is not a sincere belief in insanity. This is propaganda. This is everyone from stupid baseball writers to a Supreme Court of the United States selling you on the idea that we are on the precipice of losing our democracy. Why do I know that? How do I know that? Because I saw nothing. I heard nothing from Sotomayor or Calcaterra when Barack Obama droned an American with no criminal trial, declared him to be a terrorist in Yemen. That happened 10 years ago. Now, was he a terrorist? Yeah, I think all of our common sense leads us in that direction. But was he American? Absolutely. And Barack Obama may not have used SEAL Team 6 to kill an American, but he did use a drone to shoot a terrorist in the face, albeit a terrorist who is American, without trial. And no one has talked about criminal prosecution for Barack Obama because they're political hacks who will do anything, not to save democracy, but to stand in the way of Donald Trump. And again, this insanity is sold.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It's been nearly 2 weeks since hackers shut down CDK Global, the software provider to roughly 15,000 auto dealerships across North America. CDK now says they expect all systems will be back up and running by the morning of this 4th of July, just in time for holiday weekend shoppers. CDK suffered 2 cyber attacks that forced its systems offline, slowing down everything from scheduling, service repairs, parts deliveries, and auto purchases at dealerships in both the U.S. and Canada. The outage hampered sales and interrupted repairs across an industry that topped $1.2 trillion in U.S. sales last year. The Labor Department is about to deliver its latest report on job openings, which have been creeping lower for 2 years, but the trend is shifting. Job openings across the U.S. set a record high of 12 million as the nation emerged from the pandemic. As of April, they stood at 8 million. I'm Scott Carr, Bloomberg Radio.
Imagine a world where animals and humans coexist in harmony, where wild animals thrive, habitats are protected, and marginalized communities are empowered. At International Animal Rescue, this is our vision. Our holistic, community-led projects not only rescue animals, but also protect and replenish precious habitats, creating a better future for us all. But we can't do this without you. Show your support now and help keep the wild wild. Visit internationalanimalrescue.org.
We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need, right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclubs.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
Baseball is back, and so is MLB.tv. Watch every out-of-market regular season game on your favorite streaming devices, anywhere, anytime, all season long. Follow the action live or on demand. Track 4 games at once with multi-view mode and catch up with in-game highlights. Plus, original programs, minor league broadcasts, and local pre- and post-game shows. Go to MLB.tv to start your free trial today. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, July 2nd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Sean Farish, guest co-hosting with us again this morning. Henry Mashett is in for Greg on the board, and our buddy Phil Almquist handling all of the video. What a show we have for you today. If you thought yesterday was loaded, if you thought yesterday's cut sheet was stacked, as Joe Biden once famously said, oh, no, my prompter, oh, no, the drops are not up. Are the drops not up? Oh, I set it up beautifully. Hotkeys up. 3, 2, 1. All right, don't worry about it. The hotkey fader's not up. Dawn, good morning. How are you? Dawn's microphone also not on. All right. Do we have Dawn's microphone on? I've got no hotkeys. I've got no news anchor. Let's try Sean Farish. Sean Farish, are you ready to go this morning? Sean is not ready yet either.
Born ready to go.
Absolutely
ready to. Absolutely ready to rock and roll. We're having we had a great time yesterday, and now we have a firestorm erupting on social media because apparently the left can't handle the fact that Joe Biden reads every single word on the teleprompter like Ron Burgundy. So now there's a full-scale meltdown going on right now. He didn't say that. And I was like, well, not only did he say it, he did say end of quote again. But it's so funny when these people are like, they're acting like he's above that. Like that's something he would never do when he's done it in the past several times.
Yes.
So it's just like, it's like when you have a pattern of behavior, you're not surprised if your dog keeps crapping on the rug, right?
Yeah.
You're not surprised when it keeps happening because you have what's called a pattern of behavior there, right? This is something that the dog just happens to do. This dog, who happens to be the president of the United States, not a beautiful dog, keeps reading every single word on the teleprompter, and then we're acting like it's normal. Like, oh, don't worry about it. It's fine. He was just quoting somebody. I get that he was quoting somebody because he said it, and he wasn't supposed to say it.
Right.
But anyway, we're having a great morning.
It's a great morning. All right, let's see if we have Dawn's mic now. I thought I just heard her. Now I still don't hear her. We're not going to be able to do the news if Dawn doesn't have a microphone. Oh, jeez. Yeah, Henry will be here in a few moments. I guess he's late. Phil's running around with like his head cut off like a chicken. So we got a lot of good things to get to on the show today. Of course, a big take on presidential immunity. We're also going to get to Joe Biden, who decided to issue a statement last night at 7:45, which, as you know, is 3 hours and 45 minutes past Biden power down mode. Remember, we established yesterday, courtesy of that story from Axios, that the big guy only operates at peak functioning from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and anything after 4 p.m. is a total crapshoot, so we will certainly get to that. AOC is melting down. Chuck Schumer is melting down, and we will get to a lot of other things, too. And we'll also take a 30,000-foot view and a look at what exactly we have left here on the court schedule for for Donald Trump when it pertains to his 4 cases. So we'll get to all of that this morning. And maybe, Sean, you can trigger our buddy Chris Matthews' nephew, Jimmy Matthews, this morning a little bit later in the show if you say something that gets him all fired up. And he not only wants to YouTube us, but tweet us and call us. And then call back in after he's already on the air looking for more airtime. You can purchase airtime, by the way. It's for sale.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. There is a hurricane, so maybe Chris will say he's glad that one's hitting someplace. I have no idea.
All right. Let's see if we have Dawn.
Do you have me now?
Yes.
I was muted.
How dare our own station censor
censorship
a woman who does 6 hours a day? How dare they?
Thank you.
Yes. Dawn, how are you, by the way?
I'm doing great. It's a beautiful Tuesday.
Yes, it is. Woo. All right. We will get to the big take here coming up in just a couple of minutes, but let's get to the news. Actually, right on time. Round number 1 at 6:05. The great Dawn Stenzelin.
Good morning. This Tuesday morning, July 2nd, Holland Floor Covering sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live this morning. And this is today, tomorrow, Thursday, the busiest travel days of the year, according to all the experts, AAA. So today, many people will be headed out to the Poconos, to the Jersey Shore, to Grandma's house, wherever. So expect busy roadways starting today. This really kicks it off, according to all of the experts and authorities. So what does that mean? Philadelphia International Airport, they are expecting 1 million people through this week. So a very busy travel week and a lot of warnings out there. Be safe. Put your patience cap on, as my mom and grandma used to say, right? So just expect it. Get ready for it. Right now, it's pretty clear out there. And thankfully, PHL, they've done a good job of clearing out that domino effect that we talked about just yesterday because of the storms. But we do have certainly record-setting Hurricane Burl's barreling winds reaching 155 miles an hour. A warning shot, they say. This is a real alert for the entire season because, of course, it's pretty early. If we think about nor'easters, hurricane season, all of that, and you think of pre-4th of July. So this is in the Caribbean right now. But this weather, I think, we'll get the after effects of it, unfortunately, later this week.
No question about it.
So we're watching that one very carefully. And, of course, Nick, Sean, many saying that this is because of the warmer ocean. Climate change.
Well, of course. They used to call that global warming back in the day. Yeah. But that didn't go over well because all the predictions never came to fruition. So now we rebranded it.
We also have, of course, we have the fallout, if you will, from all of yesterday. I know Nick's going to talk about it. So headlining that DJT, Donald J. Trump's lawyers already making their appeals and their case in Manhattan's court, where they're expected back July 11th, to say that after yesterday's SCOTUS ruling, if you haven't heard, if you were, asleep for 24 hours, that immunity case came down. So we'll talk a lot about that this morning. But there are already appeals in motion, and the reaction, of course, to all of this. Senator Bob Casey, who is really facing some fire for the first time in 3 terms, really. He's the Republican here, senator for Pennsylvania, faced by, obviously, David McCormick, his Republican challenger. And Bob Casey speaking out, talking about Joe's tough night. This is the first time that Senator Casey has commented on President Biden's disastrous debate performance from last Thursday. Casey clearly feeling the heat. I know we'll talk a lot about the poll numbers, but I'll headline that one for you as well. And another Trump piece of news, and that is we've talked about the fact that in New Jersey, they were threatening to not renew the liquor license for some of former President Trump's golf courses because you're not allowed to have a liquor license as a business owner if you're a convicted felon. So they did not renew those liquor licenses for 2 of DJT's 2 of his golf courses.
Does it say specifically which 2 they are? Because I was thinking it has to be Bedminster, and then, of course, the one that I just played a few weeks ago right across the bridge here in Philly at Pine Hill. I mean, they had an amazing, amazing patio bar. If that's shut down, that's an ultimate crime.
It's Trump National Golf Course. That's Colts Neck.
Okay, that's not the one I played.
No, but you're right about Bedminster.
Okay.
Not renewed.
That's outrageous.
Those hearings are set for July 19th.
Can you imagine being a member at Trump Bedminster, the amount of money you pay to join with the initiation fee, the monthly dues? Yeah, it's like a mortgage payment. And now all of a sudden the property's dry, so to speak.
They'll get, you know what? I would say, can they get around it? So could they put, I don't know, one of his son's names on it?
I'd like to think there's a way.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In New York, there's something where if you're like renting out a facility, you can, like, the people who are renting out the building or the space to have their event, they can purchase a 1-day liquor license.
Oh.
So it's not, but that's in New York. I don't know if that's something that happens in New Jersey, but in New York, if there was an establishment that didn't have a liquor license for whatever reason, maybe they couldn't get approved or they weren't the right type of business to have one, whatever. The company. So like I worked very, very, when I was 18 years old, I worked in a facility where kids had their birthday parties. It was one of the most fun jobs I've ever had, by the way. It was so much fun. All this energy bouncing around, going crazy. And there were sometimes like offices and companies that would rent the place out at night and have like their office parties there, and they wanted alcohol. Well, obviously, if you're having a kid's birthday party, there's no reason for the building to have a liquor license, but the building didn't want to lose the sale. So the company, whoever it was that was having their event, would purchase a 1-day liquor license. They'd bring the alcohol in for the party, and then they would leave.
Oh.
But if you're just casually going to Bedminster to play around the golf and you're looking to have a cocktail afterwards,
or 3,
well, there's no company or 3. There's no company that's out there renting that space for that time. So it will impact other people.
Okay.
But for private events, maybe in Jersey a similar law exists. I don't know.
Gotcha.
Well, so the New Jersey law specifically says no one who has been convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude.
Moral turpitude.
Have you done some moral turpitude?
Sorry, guys. No more Tito's or Kettle One. Trump paid Stormy Daniels to keep her mouth closed. Oh, great.
We've got to name a drink moral turpitude.
I know. I'll take a double, Dawn.
Yeah, we gotta double that one. I will say this, that the Trump's lawyers quickly acted, so they got a temporary reprieve. So as of right now, they do have a temporary permit only until July 19th when the hearing happens in Trenton.
Okay.
So they got because we've been talking about this, and this is the follow-up, that they did say, the lawyers came in and said, let us go to argue this in court. I don't know what yesterday's ruling, and Nick's going to parse that. So I'll just leave it there for you. Just remember, July 11th, that's when Trump is expected to go to the Manhattan court. I know it's all hard to keep track of. The 19th now, this is under the guidance of Governor Phil Murphy and, of course, Matt Blacken, his attorney general, who went after Trump in Bedminster and that liquor license.
Yeah,
so,
I've actually got a few quotes of Trump in regards to Phil Murphy and his group of dopes.
Good.
My board's. Can we get the hotkeys fader up? It's like the third time I've tried to go to it. And it's still down. All right, I'm not going to try to live that one.
Look, don't mess with a man's remote control or his board. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
don't mess with that.
This is like Pop's clicker when he's sitting in his chair. Who took the clicker?
As long as it's not Corn Pop's clicker, right?
Ooh.
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Yeah.
End quote, repeat the line.
That could involve some more moral supertude right there. Well, we are sponsored this morning by Holland Floor Covering, the region's premier flooring dealer, family operated for more than 50 years, providing exceptional service, professional installation. Visit their 2 showrooms, Wayne or Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more, hollandfloor.com. Real quick forecast. Well, the Phils are in Chicago starting a new series as far as us. Another gorgeous day, a repeat, if you will. So heading up to 83 degrees. Beautiful weather today and tomorrow. Lower humidity, light breeze. But then, just in time for 4th of July, that's when we pop up in the temperatures, humidity, and potential for storms. And that is because, of course, of Burl that we've been talking about barreling through the Caribbean. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13 on this Tuesday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Cain and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, presidential immunity. It hasn't been a great last 5 days for the left. On Thursday night, Donald Trump put Joe Biden on re-election life support after a convincing debate victory. On Friday, SCOTUS ruled in favor of J6 prisoners, and just yesterday, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of part of Donald Trump's presidential immunity claims, 6-3. The full-fledged liberal meltdown is in peak hysteria mode. And let's be honest, Donald Trump hasn't had everything go in his favor, not by any stretch. He's had courts, judges, and juries rule against him. Conservatives have also lost some social media free speech cases. But the Democrats and the weaponized DOJ cannot finish off Donald Trump. And Jack Smith, well, he must be sick to his stomach. MSNBC is crying tears of frustration as the orange man plows forward. Shortly after 10 a.m. yesterday, the opinions came down from SCOTUS. Presidential immunity was and has been the number one case that a majority of us have been waiting for, and the results were quite good as the Supreme Court caps its term. The Supreme Court sided with Donald Trump, ruling that the President of the United States of America cannot be held criminally liable for official actions of government, and this is a major blow to Jack Smith's J6 case. The Supreme Court ruled that former President Donald Trump has some immunity from criminal prosecution for actions taken during his presidency. The court concluded that a former president has absolute immunity for acts within his core constitutional duties and presumptive immunity for other official acts. However, that being said, there is no immunity for unofficial acts. The case has been remanded for further analysis to determine whether specific actions in the indictment qualify as official or unofficial. Chief Justice John Roberts delivered the opinion, joined by Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, Neil Gorsuch, and Brett Kavanaugh in full, as well as Amy Coney Barrett, except for Part 3C. Justices Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, and Biden appointee Ketanji Brown Jackson, who can't even describe what a biological female is, dissented. Go figure. Liberal female justices. Here was Fox News legal scholar Jonathan Turley giving his instant reaction to the opinion. Listen and watch this.
They should be. In reading through this opinion, I can't see how this doesn't induce cardiac arrest with the special counsel. At one point in the opinion, they say, look, this is a quote, the indictment's allegations that Trump attempted to pressure the vice president to take particular acts in connection with his role with the certification proceeding thus involve official conduct. And Trump is at least presumptively immune from prosecution for such conduct. The court then goes on to say that the burden, of course, is on Jack Smith. He has to show that this does not pose any intrusions into the executive branch. And the court says that that this, quote, may well hinder the president's ability to perform his constitutional functions. So here the court is imposing a very significant burden on Jack Smith when this goes back to the judge. We talked about how this trial judge has proven to be very favorable towards Jack Smith. She's certainly been motivated to try to get a trial before the election. But the court here is giving much more clear lines than some people expected. They're saying that there is a presumption here that you have to deal with. The burden is high, and the court indicates that it may view this as something that could hinder a president's authority.
That was Jonathan Turley on Fox News yesterday. As time goes by, Jack Smith is losing more and more of his legal standing. More and more of his case is being chopped away. And if you are looking at the Trump trials in totality, he has now successfully delayed 3 of the 4 that have been brought against him. But the bottom line is this. Yesterday was another blow to Biden and his lawfare against his chief political opponent and rival. And this will go back to the lower courts. We'll waste a bunch of time, a bunch of taxpayer dollars and energy on what is deemed official, what is deemed unofficial, and there will be more appeals per usual. But this trial is not going to happen before the November election, if it ever does at all. Julie Kelly, who has been covering these cases exceptionally well, points out how Judge Tanya Chutkan never took the time to hold additional hearings to hash out what constituted presidential versus personal conduct. It was all about rushing this to trial during an election campaign. So how are the Stooges on CNN handling this? Listen and watch this clip.
So motivation here is no longer on the table at all.
Also,
go ahead.
Check in with Van Jones and Scott Jennings very quickly before we go to break. Van?
Yeah, the more you look at it, the worse it looks. And when you put it all together, basically the Supreme Court has said in the past week, no rules for the powerful, no rights for the powerless. So if you're homeless, you can be thrown in jail for the crime of not having enough money to get a hotel room. But if you're the President of the United States, you can commit an undetermined number of crimes under color of law and get away with it. This is not good. I'm telling you, this is going to backfire politically. Because what I'm seeing from the left now, if you thought people were discouraged by what happened last week with Biden's performance, they are now outraged and terrified that Donald Trump is going to get in office and be a complete madman dictator. So this is politically, this is a gift to the left, though it is a blow to the country. Scott?
I'll take another political view of this. I was thinking about the last 30, 35 days or so. I'm not sure any presidential candidate in modern history has had the incredible run of luck of Donald Trump. I mean, from the moment he got convicted in New York on a case that broadly unified the right, and he got his big cash infusion, to the debate implosion of Biden last week, to now we know from the Supreme Court ruling today, he's not going to see the inside of a courtroom outside of sentencing in New York before November. He is on an amazing luck. Democrats were hoping the month of June would totally change the trajectory of this campaign, and it did. Now they're in a nosedive, and they have no idea how to pull out of it. He is on an incredible winning streak right now, and his campaign 30 days after getting convicted is in far better shape than it was.
I want to thank everybody for joining us this morning for our special coverage of the Trump immunity ruling. We'll be
Special coverage of the Trump immunity ruling. Oh, Van Jones, cry me a river. Your party started this. Now reap what you sow. Scott Jennings making some great points. This has galvanized and united the Republican Party. Everything they tried to pin on Trump, for the most part, has failed. Outside of their ridiculous sham trial in the Big Apple that nobody really gives a rip about. But two other pieces on the opinion from SCOTUS. One when it pertains to the word insurrection. Quote, exclusive authority and absolute discretion to decide which comes to investigate and prosecute, including the respect to allegations of election crime. Quote, for that reason, Trump's threatened removal of the acting attorney general likewise implicates conclusive and preclusive presidential authority. As we have explained, the president's power to remove executive officers of the United States whom he has appointed may not be regulated by Congress or reviewed by the courts, end quote. But let me wrap by saying this. I think Jonathan Turley nailed it yesterday in the morning before the opinion was delivered when he tweeted this. Monday, we'll throw the final card on the table for Jack Smith and determine if what is left in his hand is a winning hand or any good at all. It may not deter Smith. It always seems like bad gamblers and special counsels always double down on weak hands. Now, I expect Jack Smith to keep pushing forward, even though he's standing on one leg right now. And I expect him to lose more and more standing and ultimately be slapped down again by SCOTUS should it reach its way back to the highest court in the land. Trump's days in court before November 5th appear over for now, minus the New York sentencing. And he's certainly not seeing a jail cell, probably ever, because this was never about imprisonment. This is all about interference. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, fire away in the YouTube chat. It's the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll come back at Dawn and Sean's reaction to SCOTUS's ruling yesterday. And 3 hours and 45 minutes past power down mode. The big guy rolled out around 7:45 last night to scold SCOTUS. We'll get into what he said, what he shouldn't have said, and also the visual component of what we saw last night. What is the old adage? Imitation is the best form of flattery or the sincerest form of flattery. I was told Orange Man bad. Back after this on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Make Schwarbs a three-time All-Star.
That is crushed. That's a Schwarbomb if you ever saw one.
He's a finalist and needs your help. Vote once daily now through Wednesday, July 3rd at noon at Phillies.com/vote to send Kyle Schwarber to Texas. Trey Turner deserves your vote.
Two-run double for Turner.
He is a finalist for this year's All-Star Game. Vote once daily now through Wednesday, July 3rd at noon at Phillies.com/vote to send him to Texas.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano inviting you to join me in Wildwood at Mulligan Shore Bar tomorrow, July 3rd, to ring in the 4th of July holiday. It'll be a great day in Wildwood at Mulligan's. Blow off work tomorrow. Join me at Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood starting at noon. Mulligan's, located at 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood, New Jersey. Let's celebrate America a day early and get the holiday started. Details at 1210WPHT.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at spectrumwp.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Hey, it's Rhea. Keep the summer vibes going with Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. They are proudly celebrating 35 years in business. Over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from, and the all-new GX has arrived. Being veteran-owned, family-operated, and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner, Lexus of Cherry Hill provides luxury customer service. So go talk to Tony and his team to set yourself up with some of the best deals of the year. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.30 Tuesday morning as we continue. It is Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker as we've got Henry and Phil here as well. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on the show. Big presidential immunity ruling yesterday. the left having their typical liberal meltdown. Dawn Stensland, this obviously fell right into your lap. All the big rulings, all the big decisions, all the big news breaks from 10 to noon. For those that might have missed yesterday, your thoughts and reaction as to the 6-3 ruling from SCOTUS.
I immediately was thankful that they ruled the way they did. And quite frankly, I even heard a Temple law professor speaking locally who supported the basis of the ruling. And I was thankful to hear that.
Okay.
In reading Sotomayor's, Justice Sonia Sotomayor's ruling, and then Ketanji Jackson Brown's ruling, or did I say it backwards, Brown-Jackson?
That's okay. She's not a biologist. So
I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't. It's just only 3 cups of coffee. You know, I'm only. But
that's 1 cup of coffee for every name that Ketanji Brown-Jackson has. Listen.
In reading their rulings, all I could think of was these women are definitely watching Game of Thrones, Sopranos, right? They're living in this world where, you know, everybody's coming to get you and the big dragon sea monster, and you're gonna, you know what I mean? It was their scenarios as they were writing in there what you could do to take out your opponent was, you know, get a sniper, get the Navy SEALs. I mean, why not just get a Game of Thrones dragon to come and just bite the head off of your political opponent?
Mm-hmm.
Just go there. But I thought, man, you know, these women, maybe they should write novels or something.
Right.
You know, these justices, because they were, I mean, maybe they should team up with Jack Carr. I don't know.
Exactly right. Sean Ferris, your thoughts yesterday?
Well, I think Dawn's racist because she's going after the women of color on the Supreme Court, but that's just me. And of course, I'm only kidding. Listen, this is the thing. So I made this comparison yesterday. I was thinking about it, right? Okay. Remember when everyone made a big deal, and they'll continue to make a big deal because 4chan trolled the left with the OK hand symbol, you know, the circle with the 3 fingers, the OK hand symbol, right? It's white supremacy, right? Even though like it's not, it just means okay, it's all good.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh, it means white power. Every time Trump makes that symbol, they're like, oh, it's a dog whistle to white supremacists. That's something that we've heard a bunch of times because of a hand gesture, right? So if that's a dog whistle to white supremacists, and it's not, right? Because 4chan made this up to kind of feed it to the left to see if they'd bite, and they bit hard. Okay. Can we maybe make the case that yesterday Sonia Sotomayor's dissent was a dog whistle to radicals? She literally puts in the dissent, a president is now immune from prosecution if he sends SEAL Team 6 to take out his political opponent, which is absolutely false because the immunity decision covers immunity for all official acts within his core constitutional powers.
Mm-hmm.
And murdering your political opponent is not a part of the president's core constitutional powers.
Correct.
So I look at Sonia Sotomayor's dissent and I'm like, okay, she gave the left a juicy steak to chew on and regurgitate all over the place, because now they could say, well, a Supreme Court justice says that if the president wanted to, he can do A, B, C, D, E, F, and G and kill people. And that's not the case. So I don't know if maybe she visited the White House and spoke to Hunter Biden or Camp David, and she got it kind of, you know, jacked up and did a little drugs before writing that dissent. I'm not 100% sure. But the fact that she put that in there, and that's what people like Harry Sisson, Keith Olbermann, who jumped in my mentions last night like a clown.
No.
You know, oh, yeah. Oh, he's in there because I posted Joe Biden saying end of quote. And then he came in and was like, this is what newscasters do all the time. So obviously it's not what's happening. I'm like, oh, this is what newscasters do, because they've never been wrong before, especially Keith Olbermann, who's been fired more times than I can count.
Yeah.
You know, he worked for ESPN and NBC, then ESPN again. Then he got punked by Jimmy Johnson, the race car driver, on Twitter when he asked who he was. Only a 7-time NASCAR champion. Thank you very much. But we have all of these people who are reading Sotomayor's dissent and running with the kill Trump narrative.
Mm-hmm.
And the narrative started with a Supreme Court justice.
Yep.
Where are we as a country?
I know.
That is some scary stuff. And I also want to point this out too. Harry Sisson, right, who is paid by either the DNC or Democrat-aligned PACs. I don't know who he gets his money from, but we know that he's paid to produce this content on behalf of the Democrat Party, which, by the way, legal, fine, no issues. I have no problem with that. By all means, if someone's going to offer you money to post on your social media, capitalize. I'm a capitalist.
Yep.
Go ahead and do it. The fact is, he put out a tweet yesterday saying, well, now Joe Biden can just take them all out, meaning the Supreme Court, and Donald Trump. Oh, he can use SEAL Team 6, which means the Democrat Party's okay with what he's saying. This isn't just Harry Sisson's opinion. They pay him to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So they're looking at this saying, oh, well, maybe we could do it. I think, and I'm not trying to be like hyperbolic or like fear mongering, but when you see the polls, and I'm sure we're going to get to how everything is shifting, there's literally only one way to stop Donald Trump right now. And that, unfortunately, is it. And I put nothing above the left. And I'm sure people, oh, yeah, we would never do that. Oh, really? Well, why don't we ask Steve Scalise if you would ever do that? Because it's happened before, right? We've seen it happen before. So yesterday was alarming. When we got the immunity decision, it was the right decision. And the very first thing the left did is look at Sotomayor's dissent and go, all right, well, I guess now it's okay to kill Trump.
Right.
What are we doing?
I expect that from talking heads. I expect those analogies and those comparisons from somebody that's got a talk show or is on television, but not one of the 9 Supreme Court justices of the United States. That's where it's like, I mean, you're in such a high perch. You're sitting down and looking at the rest of us from a legal standpoint as the brightest of the brightest. And yes, I get it. They're appointed. Yes, I get it. They are all somewhat skewed a little bit. Some are conservative, some are liberal, but Lady Justice should be blind. That's literally why Lady Justice is blindfolded. You put aside your partisan politics and you looked at the facts and the rule of law and you look at precedent and you set precedent. And a precedent was set yesterday, which, by the way, Democrats don't even want to realize. This also applies to your presidents in the future, not just Donald Trump now, not just Republicans now, not people in the past, obviously, moving forward. So if a Democrat does something like this or has a situation or an issue like this, they are also immune from people going after them for official presidential acts. Now, unofficial personal matters are not protected, and they conveniently leave those elements out. But the panic is kicking in, there's no doubt. And we know yesterday that we've established that Joe Biden at 4 o'clock begins to lose his faculties. Whatever's left of Joe, peak Joe is between the hours of 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., right? But after that, it starts to go haywire. So they decide last night to trot him out. And I wasn't expecting this. I'm sitting down. I just got done eating dinner. I was watching The Five. I turned it off. I did something else. Turned the TV back on. Fox was still on. I hear Brett Baer saying, coming up at 7:45, Joe Biden's going to make a brief statement to the nation. I'm like, okay, here we go. I thought my night was over. I put it on, and boys, this is clip 41. Now, we'll give you the full 4-minute and 15-second clip at the 7:45 installment of the cut sheet. But here's just a snippet of how bad Joe sounded and Joe looked in what is a spot where if a man can't give us 2.5 to 4 minutes of his best, how's he going to give us 4 years of his best or whatever his best is still left in the tank? Clip 41, here's Joe Biden once again losing to the teleprompter. Do we not have it?
With Justice Sotomayor's dissent today. Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Folks, he did it again. He said, end of quote. That's a note for him. That's a prompt on the prompter. Joe, you don't read that part out loud. And, oh, by the way, Dawn, you pointed this out in our group text last night. Did he get a spray tan?
Yes, we group text until the wee hours of the morning, right?
Yes, we do.
It did strike me that because they were saying he was so pale and meek last Thursday during the debate, man, Joe got the bronzer.
Wow.
They bronzed him up to the point that, is it bronze face? Do you know what I mean? I think
he's appropriating Donald Trump. I think we have a race issue here. I think we do. I think something's wrong. Listen, I think I agree with the left, guys. Orange man bad. Can we agree? I think we could agree. Okay, that orange man, not my orange man.
I mean, he looked like my daughters for a dance competition where they pull out the Sephora makeup kit and start bronzing up to impress the judges on top of their performance with the visual aspect. I mean, that was an awful look for this guy. But you know what it really is? He's got big Trump envy. He's a career plagiarist. For 50 years, he's lied. He's tried to, build back better. It's like this pseudo fake wannabe MAGA campaign that nobody latches onto. And now he even wants to look the part. What's next? Is he going to come out with the Joy Reid hairdo? I know, Sean, you love the Joy Reid hairdo. Another tip of the cap to Donald Trump's appearance. I mean, why doesn't he just start wearing the red tie like Trump does?
I don't know. He looked like a creamsicle, I feel like. You go you get the orange popsicle. He looked like a creamsicle. I don't know what that was about last night, but it was weird. I saw people posting about it. I was posting about the end of quote thing, and then people were like, he was orange tonight.
Yeah.
And I was I looked and said, he was. What the heck happened there? I've never seen orange Biden before. That's crazy.
It was like a spray tan. Then they put the bronze powder. I also
like Snooki.
He's a Jersey Shore. Where's JWoww?
I love it. But he also had the Trump look. I would love to see if the White House, if the tailors did something different, because it was the crisp suit. Looked like they made in my mind, did they make his shoulder pads a little broader?
Mm-hmm.
The white shirt. And then the blue tie was like a Trump, that bright, vibrant blue.
Yes, it was. They're showing it right now on television. You're right. It's definitely a different shade than he's worn in the past.
Yeah.
Wow. What a bad look for that guy last night. Takes no questions, spends a total of 4 minutes, and then heads off to watch baseball and eat chocolate chip ice cream. I mean, that's probably what he did for the rest of the night. And I think,
and as what we said yesterday too, by the way, pudding with his fingers. That's my new favorite thing.
Yes, pudding with his fingers. It's taking a page out of the DeSantis military playbook. But I think, in all seriousness, what's going to happen now, and this is just my prediction, and I think this will be the shift that they make for the next 4 months. Biden, the Democrats, and the left are going to now vilify SCOTUS. They're going to deem the Supreme Court of the United States as a branch or an arm of MAGA, of right-wing extremism, of Donald Trump hacking the Supreme Court, which is interesting because when they go after Trump and weaponize the DOJ, have district attorneys and federal prosecutors, Jack Smith, Fonnie Willis, Alvin Bragg, it's just that nobody's above the law. And one of the privileges that you get as the president of the United States is certainly the opportunity to put justices on the highest court in the land. That's what Trump did in his first 4 years. Biden's done the same thing with Ketanji Brown Jackson. But when it doesn't go their way, when they can't control the narrative, the rulings, and the way the country operates, they just pout like little babies. And that's what this is all about. I love it. And I look, Sean and Don, I know the election is still 4 months away, whatever the math is, 125 days. This in no way guarantees a victory. But after what we've had to deal with for so long with the weaponization of government since really March of 2023, when the first indictment came along, you're damn right I'm taking a couple of victory laps here these next 5 or 6 days because we've had some things actually go our way for once.
Of course. And you're right. And you should be taking a victory lap. And all of us should be taking a victory lap and not put our feet up and not be comfortable and not be cocky, but be confident. And, I think we said it yesterday. Another poll is out. USA Today about 18 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago just came out. Trump up 3. All right. In a national polling. And again, Republican candidate leading national polling by 3 points is insane. If that projects to the general election, you're talking about an electoral landslide when you account for the fact that Republicans don't usually win the popular vote. They win in the electoral college, right?
Right.
So, you have all of these factors that are driving so much momentum. We should be confident, not cocky, not comfortable, but confident. And we should want to do what, Bill Belichick's Patriots did back in the NFL sometimes to demoralize opponents, and future opponents too, run up the score.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason why we should be sitting back, or like, I see a lot, and I get it. I mean, I get it. We want to be guarded. We don't want to let our guard down. I see this a lot. Well, they're going to steal it again. Well, not if we don't let them, why are we so worried that the other shoe is going to drop. But so we're a bunch of Jet fans. Stop. Let's go win. Okay. It's great. I look, until the Jets could be up 25 points with 3 seconds to go. I still think they're going to lose. I get it. But it's like, this is a different game. We have all the momentum right now. We have a presidential candidate who we're supporting who has a track record of success versus a presidential candidate now who has to appropriate our candidate's look just to feel good about himself. He's reading prompts off the teleprompter. The Supreme Court's smacking down the lawfare every chance it gets, whether it's 1512C2 or it's immunity or it's Colorado with the ballot, right? It's all of these different Fannie Willis with the, her hawk to a moment with Nathan Wade, whatever it might be. All of these different things all rolling into to this beautiful, I feel like, finish at the end of this whole campaign where we're going to have an amazing night in November, on November 5th. And I want to be confident. I want to be happy. We need to be happy warriors, like Phyllis Schlafly said, right? The Eagles, Phyllis Schlafly said, be a happy warrior, do it with a smile on your face. And we should be doing that. We should be exuding confidence because that's going to demoralize the left. And they're at war with themselves. If they see a confident, chest out, not cocky, but confident opponent, it's going to further demoralize them. They're not going to know what to do. They're used to us running around in circles, chasing our tails and hiding from all of the weaponization. Now we're out in front of this. They're not used to getting pushback like that. So we got to keep that going. We have to keep that going and finish strong.
To your point, Republicans are actually playing offense right now as opposed to backpedaling and playing defense. And the Democrats are the one right now on the toes and the heels of their feet backpedaling and, sinking into quicksand right now. That is the erosion of their guy, the big guy, Joe Biden. 855-839-1210. AOC, Chuck Schumer having social media meltdowns yesterday. When it doesn't go your way, just impeach. Impeach, I say. Back after this on Kayal and Company. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. I've been an Acura owner. Well, I was an Acura owner for 11 years before I got my Honda Ridgeline truck. And I got to tell you, Piazza Acura of Westchester, they're rolling out a tremendous vehicle right now. In fact, it's the road and track performance car of the year, the 2024 Acura Integra. And look, Piazza's got many great brands. Perhaps you're not able to swing a Mercedes, but you want something along that luxury line. The 2024 Acura Integra hits the sweet spot. By far the most striking model that I've seen, well equipped with advanced safety and tech features like wireless Apple CarPlay, high-performance adaptive damper system technology, Wi-Fi hotspot capability, and a 16-speaker premium audio system. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or test drive the new Integra at Piazza Acura in Westchester, Ardmore, or if you want to swing on out to Berks County and go to Reading, check them out there as well. And be sure to tell them Nick sent you.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit pdqpos.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get your child or grandchild ready for back to school. The summer is a great time to call Kathy Ganna and METC. Get a game plan in place for a great start to the new school year. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company. For over 30 years, METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Ganna, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy today at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. And now's the time to get assistance for your child to help them succeed. Visit online at metc.com. Call METC's tutoring studio today at 215-493-4200 or email Kathy directly at info@metc.com. Remember, 1210 listeners receive a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. Call 215-493-4200.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My name is Andy Donaldson. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since the beginning of 2014. The main reason Crash Proof is so phenomenal is there's no way that the original investment you put in is going to be any less than you started. In addition, you do get significant returns. A number of the different investment strategies that I've been involved with have given me 10 to 15% returns annually. With the Crash Proof Retirement System this year, I made almost 11.5%. It's quite a nice feeling to know that at the end of your year, whatever you've gained, the 10 or 15%, now becomes your new principal amount and you never lose it.
Learn how double-digit interest returns can be permanently compounded to your principal with no risk of loss in a legally binding, recorded financial meeting. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club, July 23rd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
.653, it is Kayal and Company. It's a Tuesday morning, getting set to wrap up hour number 1 here on Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We have an absolutely loaded cut sheet coming up. By my count, by my math, we have 41 cuts. And, of course, we'll never get through all of that, but we'll try. Coming up at 7:45 and again at 9:30. I'll save AOC's comments and Chuck Schumer's comments for hour 2 after the news. But let's wrap up the first hour with a call. We have Lou, who is in South Jersey. Lou, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
We're doing well, Lou.
I listen to you guys every day.
All right.
Yeah, just we've seen this before. I think everything from now to December is totally scripted. I think the playbook's been handed out to CNN, the media, and all the Democrats. and everything you hear is going to be like a one-act play. There's people on the fringe that are going to say stupid things because they're not part of it. But I think the CNN, the way they set up the debate, that was all planned. Joe was supposed to look that way. Jill says what she's supposed to say. Joe, I don't know. He's not on the fence with his script. But everything else that you hear is going toward whoever's going to replace Joe. And they're polling people now, and we're going to see it's just going to unfold.
We'll see if they're able to actually swap out Joe, if Joe's willing to go, if Jill and Hunter, who apparently are pulling all the strings to keep him in, saying he shouldn't tap out, if that'll continue to be the case. But I was just thinking about this, guys. You know, if you vote for Joe Biden, not only are you voting for Kamala Harris, because I think there's a good chance Joe can't fulfill the duties of a second term, but the left that says, hey, I'll vote for Joe even if he's on his deathbed over the other guy, that means you're signing off on and you're okay with his left-wing staffers running the country, or you're good with a fourth Obama term, because I think we're living through a third Obama term, which is another reason why Michelle should never try to run, because if they're already pulling the strings, why take on the added responsibility and the public spotlight of being in this position for $400,000 a year? And you're also okay with big corporations dictating policies and the deep state running everything. You add all that together. Those are the people on the left that are still riding with Biden. That's what should worry you. Not that they're voting for Joe, that they're okay with all these other little left-wing sycophant staffers and all their absurd progressive policies. I think that's kind of where we're at today, guys.
I think so. I think you're right. And I think you can describe this in one word. The folks who are still, quote unquote, riding with Biden, I know the left doesn't like it, but they love to use the word. They're a cult. It's a cult. They do this blindly. Orange man bad. Donald Trump is the candidate on the other side. We must vote against him. He's a threat to democracy. Really? A threat to democracy? You guys are now calling for his assassination. Who's the actual threat here, right? So back on Michelle Obama, I don't see any realistic way where she winds up being the replacement. I don't think Joe's being replaced. I think we talked about it yesterday. Now, everybody's free to have their own opinion. It's fine. I agree that the Democrat Party probably wants to replace him, but it's too late at this point, especially in some of the key states, including Wisconsin, where the candidate has to literally die in order to be removed from the ballot according to their state law. But Michelle Obama, for the last 4 or 3.5, going to be 4 years, and the Obama family and all of their, acolytes have been calling the shots and have essentially been in power anyway. Why would she want to trade that and have to be essentially, stuck serving as president of the United States, something she doesn't want to do for the next 4 years? She's not going to run. She's not going to be the nominee. They'll find somebody else who they think can be effective and let her pull the strings and Barack pull the strings again if they're able to swap them out. But I don't think they're going to do that anyway.
All right. We'll kick off hour number 2 next with some news, and then we're going to get to what AOC had to say, what Chuck Schumer had to say, and taking a look now where we stand with all the court cases with Donald Trump short of July 11th and sentencing. I don't know that we'll see him back in a courtroom again until well after November 5th, win or lose. Back after this, Kayal and Company, as we continue.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When it comes to your home or business, Bradford White knows hot water is not optional. It's essential each and every day. That's why Bradford White makes water heaters that are built to be the best. With innovative features like our exclusive Microban antimicrobial technology that helps protect and keep the tank clean and extends the life of the water heater for top performance 24/7. How you heat your water matters, so choose the proven reliability of Bradford White. Learn more at bradfordwhite.com.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Hey, Philly. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With autopay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch now, you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today. $180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one new line with your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each MyPlan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS has raised the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes in recent years. This hits hard if you're behind on your taxes. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. If you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840.
800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a tribute to Philly sports fans on the Boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Don't. Kayal Company, Orange Man Bad, unless you're the big guy and you've been spray tanned. Welcome back in, Kayal Company, hour number 2 here on this Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish, as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45. We have actually 745 clips. A lot of great ones. I tell you what, soccer picked a heck of a week to be off with the holiday, right? You think this is going to be a slow week? Not the case. As the content is just endless for days. And as somebody that does this, and Dawn and Sean, and you, Sean, by the way, I was catching a little of your show yesterday on Rumble. I got to tell you, after 4 hours in the morning, the fact that you had the same energy at like 5 o'clock last night shows that you should be the president of the United States, unlike Joe Biden, who can't go past 4 p.m.
Oh, I appreciate that. We have so much fun on Rumble. We have fun here too, and a lot of the folks who watch on Rumble are probably listening right now. So they always get excited when we do these 4-hour radio shows in the morning. So yeah, I try and keep the energy all day long. Right after that, it was like I hit a wall.
Yes.
That was it.
Yes,
but
shut it down.
we're
right?
ready to go, man. Gotta always be gotta have the energy. It's a great time to be alive. You only get one chance every day, so you gotta be crazy and high energy and happy warrior. We keep saying that.
There you
That's
go.
What you got to do.
All right. 7:06. Let's get to round number 2 of the news. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Tuesday morning, July the 2nd. We'll have a full forecast coming up with some storms and rain headed our way. So we'll tell you how that may, in fact, affect your holiday forecast. And speaking of which, record holiday travel that is expected by local officials, especially at Philadelphia International Airport. So right now I'm only seeing about 10 delays, and we saw hundreds of delays, hundreds of cancellations, obviously because of that bad weather that struck Sunday night into Monday morning. But we are tracking that as we look at holiday travel and what it means for all of us. So we do have, in fact, in Philadelphia, we have a breaking news story that I'm still covering here, still tracking, and that one is Philadelphia police as they investigate. Certainly this one, a tragedy that has struck. This outside a Chinese restaurant, 4 people injured, bullets flying in Philadelphia. This is the Grace Ferry section of Philadelphia. So this one happened at a Chinese takeout restaurant. We're talking about 27th and Dickinson Street. Late last night, police say several customers were inside at the time, including a woman and a young girl. 40 rounds fired during what police describe as a huge gun battle. One person was rushed from the scene with gunshot wounds to the leg. Other victims showing up to Penn Presbyterian Hospital on their own. So police are saying that it appears one of the wounded patients was also a shooter taking part in that shootout, now being held as a suspect while he recovers. They did recover at least one gun from the scene, surveillance cameras recording the entire shooting. So they have that as evidence, and detectives still looking for more information from witnesses as to what sparked this entire shootout.
Wow, you said 40 rounds,
40 rounds.
Wow. What is this?
Crazy.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare? Like, folks, this is not, I know this audience is not committing these crimes. This is not a video game on the Xbox. I mean, my God, this is real life, and people just emptying clips, literally.
It's a sin,
That's
as
one way
we
to put it.
say. So, it's a miracle, according to authorities, 4 people injured. But they're saying it's a miracle that, as far as they know, everybody survived it. Still trying to figure out, because, like I said, there was one person who they initially thought was a victim. Turned out that person, they believe, is a suspect and involved in the gun battle. So still tracking that one. That's a developing story. Police working that scene overnight. We've talked about the fact that these busiest travel days kicking off this morning. Today, it looks like tomorrow will be the busiest for your Wednesday hump day as travelers head out. And many headed out today and even tomorrow morning, trying to avoid the peak travel, as they're calling it, likely between 2 p.m. to 7 p.m., and that really will strike today and tomorrow. Those two sets of afternoon drive extended. Philadelphia's 5-county area, we're told that nearly 1 million residents, this is just in our region, expected to travel during this July 4th period, and that, they say, is up at least 5 to 7% from last year. So 83% of those traveling by car. In Pennsylvania, gas prices, they're roughly the same as this time last year, according to Gas Buddy, and nowhere near the highs from 2 summers ago. And we won't even talk about when the lows were.
Yeah, I don't want to relive
the Trump era.
I don't want to relive the glory days, Dawn. I enjoy being miserable.
Airports also very busy, as we've been talking about. 10% of local travelers taking to the sky to get out of here, get out of town. AAA saying that today is considered one of the busiest days for flying. A lot of people flying out. I don't see a ton of delays right now at PHL. They did a good job of clearing the domino impact that we saw from Sunday, as I said at the top. So I'm looking at FlightAware. It looks like maybe 10 delays and 3 cancellations so far this morning, and that's just a reaction, a delayed reaction, if you will, from all of the nonsense that we saw Sunday night into Monday with all of the storms. So we're looking at that as well. Shout out to the Philadelphia Zoo, which we turned 150 years old for our Philadelphia Zoo. So a lot of celebrations this week. Beautiful zoo weather, if you will, because it won't be hot and muggy until Thursday, July 4th. We are sponsored, by the way, this morning by Natural Lands. Every 70 days, a mature oak tree produces enough oxygen to support a person, for 1 year. Natural Lands preserving more than 125,000 acres of open space in our region, including millions of oak trees. So learn more at natlands.org, natlands.org. Natural Lands, Land for Life, Nature for All. So thinking about oak trees, pretty cool. Philadelphia has a program where if you want a free tree, you can also contact them, plant a tree in your yard. Kind of a cool program that not many places in the nation have that. But if we look at the forecast, just beautiful. Another beautiful, breezy, sunny day today, lower humidity. So we're still 83-ish degrees. The sun comes out. Beautiful today, beautiful tomorrow. And then for Thursday, unfortunately, the rain, the humidity, the heat is on for your July 4th. So if you're waiting to travel, and that's another issue here, if you're waiting to travel on July 4th on Thursday, just keep in mind that we are going to see those storms and showers moving through. 90 degrees for your Thursday, Friday 91, Saturday also 91, and the rain and showers, not a washout, but Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And so you want to watch, especially if you're at the beach. Remember, we've seen some people electrocuted on the beach. They did not heed the warnings. So for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we will see some rain, storms, lightning moving through. Sunday and Monday, by the way, 92 degrees, bright sunny skies. So unfortunately for Thursday, I don't know that it'll force a cancellation of fireworks. We're watching the timing of that one, but Thursday we do have thunderstorms, lightning, rain moving through, and that will be, looks like, in the afternoon, and very muggy for morning parades on July 4th. This is Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Coming up later in the show, probably after the cut sheet around 8:45, 8:50. If the weather doesn't wash out the fireworks, don't worry. The New York Times wrote an op-ed yesterday. They want to cancel the fireworks on the 4th of July. Amazing how all these left-wing publications just hate history, tradition, and the United States of America. Is it not? Damnedest thing I've ever seen. By the way, real quick,
Absolutely crazy.
I'm also anti-zoo. It's just a 2-minute little diatribe here. Am I wrong for being anti-zoo? I know you said it's the 150-year anniversary of the Philadelphia Zoo, which makes it 69 years older than Joe Biden. But I was just thinking about this. I've done the zoo twice. I went with my wife and our daughters 2 times. We did the Philadelphia Zoo, and Sean, what zoo is in New York? I know we've done a zoo in New York. Is it the Bronx Zoo?
The Bronx Zoo.
Okay.
Yeah, the Bronx Zoo.
And both times, of course. And I guess our
You've only been to the zoo twice?
Well, as a married couple with kids, yes. I mean, I went there as a kid, and we took field trips and things like. Hated it then as well. Every time we go to a zoo in my life, it's 95 degrees. It's humid as hell, and all I do is see animals playing with their feces, and I can smell it. I see dads with fanny packs and strollers. Everybody just looks like they're having the worst time of their life except the kids. I got to think as a married man with children, and Dawn, I don't know how many times you've taken your boys with Larry to the zoo. I've never enjoyed it once. I don't know if that makes me a curmudgeon, if I'm in the majority here, but I want to take a stand for all fathers out there that despise going to the zoo with their family.
Now, it's funny the way you're describing the zoo because it sounded like you were describing a Philadelphia Eagles game. So
well, that could be to be honest, there's not much of a difference, bud. I got to tell you.
Right? You got people playing with poop. You got people playing with poo.
That's why I stay at home and watch on my
animals,
big screen.
right? It smells. It's humid. I mean, it's
a Jets game.
That's it. Well,
hey, Eagles. That's not us.
Listen, that's fine. We are filthy animals at MetLife Stadium. I will tell you that, right? I will admit that. But sounded like that, or maybe a Buffalo Bills. Maybe we could just because they're born sideways, the whole 9 yards. Somebody actually was yelling at me on Twitter last night. They had a Bills logo, and I said, "Listen, I don't take advice from Bills fans."
I'll tell you this though. In all seriousness, my best friend's a Bills fan. Big Trump country up there. I mean,
it's big Trump country.
Oh,
I mean, 100%.
Yes.
But unfortunately, if you self-identify as Bills Mafia, you're supposed to be born north-south. You came out east-west. It's all right. I get it. This is what happens. It's nothing, it's not personal. This is just what goes on because that's the only explanation I can have for the way some of these people behave. Yeah, let me light myself on fire and jump through a table. That'll really do well. It's fine. They're actually, I will say this about Buffalo Bills fans in all fairness, they are very, very, very passionate fans, very loyal, very dedicated. And so I respect them on that front. But it happens. Sometimes it's not easy, the birthing process. And
Dawn can speak on the birthing process as a biological female.
Yes.
She's gone through
having
it.
given birth.
Yes.
A birthing person.
Birthing person with a
trans-friendly front hole.
Jeez.
Yeah.
The front hole. Give me a break.
Canadian Cancer Society.
But no,
remember, women's rights are on the ballot, guys. This is the party, the Democrat Party. They're a
Right.
party of women's rights, but they can't define a woman, and they refer to people as chest feeders.
Yeah,
so that's great.
Front hole.
Yeah.
That's such an insult.
Yeah, front hole. Yeah.
As far as the Philadelphia Zoo, we love the zoo.
Yeah.
You can buy the yearly. We buy the yearly. We still do it. It's the Philadelphia Zoo.
You have
is a lot of fun.
You have like a yearly pass.
So she's an Eagles season ticket holder, is what she's saying.
Yearly membership. You get a yearly membership. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I always put, because you can have as many as like 8 children on there.
Okay.
For free. So I always just put fictitious names just in case other people's kids go with.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they're like, wow, that lady has 8. That lady has 8 children.
Yeah, fictitious names, as many people as possible. Sounds like the way Democrats vote, right?
I'm teasing.
Yeah.
But no.
Speaking of zoo, right? Democrats.
I know. But no, our zoo it's pretty cool that we were the first in the nation, delayed by the Civil War. It's cool, and I like the way they have the big cats and some of the monkeys.
Yeah.
And they have them in those big tubes
Mm-hmm.
so that they are walking above you. And they love it because all of a sudden you look up and they're in that tube and they're looking down at you like, yeah, if I could eat you, I would.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Especially the big cats. They're like, they're like, if I could eat you,
Dawn,
they
the
give you that
Philadelphia
eye.
Zoo is the first zoo in the country?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
The more you listen, the
1874.
more you know. There you go.
That is pretty cool.
Yep.
But they do great kids camps, summer programs. I do. I love. The other zoo I love is the Cape May Zoo, which is, if you've never been there, it's worth it. It's free. But
Yeah.
the Cape May Zoo is awesome. In New Jersey, obviously.
All right. 855-839-1210. That's good zoo knowledge here at 718 on Kayal and Company.
The more you know.
Cut sheet coming up in 25 minutes. We'll get to AOC and Schumer on the other side, as well as how Trump's court schedule looks moving forward in all of his cases. Kayal and Company, back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
We all know baseball is a long season. I'm Brett Boone from the Brett Boone Podcast. This summer, take a trip down memory lane with me and hear from the legends of the game. So far this year, I've had conversations with Randy Johnson, Pete Rose, Deion Sanders. Plus, every week we look at the state of Major League Baseball, which teams are exceeding expectations, which ones are struggling to meet them. Follow and listen to the Brett Boone Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
LifeSurge is coming to Reading on Saturday, July 13th. Be inspired and equipped to grow your financial resources for Kingdom Impact, featuring leaders in faith and finance, including two-time national football champion Tim Tebow, Life Without Limbs Nick Vujicic, Duck Dynasty's Willie Robertson, football legend Brian Dawkins, pastor and author Craig Groeschel, plus worship artists Natalie Grant and Matthew West. That's LifeSurge, Saturday, July 13th. Tickets on sale at lifesurge.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You know what you need? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. And with a new vanity, and what about a tub shower conversion? Oh, you're going to love that new bathroom. Plus, they offer an industry-leading warranty. Plus, Kitchen Magic is a 10-year recipient right now of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Yeah, they're a local employer. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering something incredible. 12 months, no payments, no interest financing. Plus, Kitchen Magic is offering 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. You're going to love it. KitchenMagic.com. Don't forget to tell them Dawn sent you.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. It's Kayal Company. Don't worry, Ron DeSantis, you will hear from him. He's a part of the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. This segment brought to you by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. Kayal Company, Nick, Dawn, and Sean, as we continue 20 minutes out from the cut sheet here on this Tuesday morning. And there's just so much to get to with everything that has transpired really since last Thursday, but kind of honing in on what transpired yesterday, just about 24 hours ago, when SCOTUS ruled on a few other issues, a few other opinions handed down. Nothing bigger than Donald Trump's partial victory when it comes to presidential immunity, 6-3. Trump saying yesterday, it's a big win for our Constitution and democracy. Proud to be an American. And of course, Joe Biden comes out last night, 7:45, and makes quotes and statements like this, saying it's a dangerous precedent because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law. The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone. And I was just thinking about this, you know, when things don't go in favor of Democrats, they start pouting like little babies, like my daughters, when I say, no, we're not going to go get another Dr. Pepper at the gas station. You've had enough. And they don't get their way, and they're mad. And I'm thinking about this with Joe. And correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't Joe Biden the president that defied the Supreme Court of the United States when SCOTUS said, no, sorry, Mr. President, you do not have the constitutional authority to forgive student loans that are federally provided. Only Congress can do that. And I believe it was Nancy Pelosi. We've played the clip many times in the past where Nancy Pelosi has said, no, the president doesn't have the authority to forgive student loans. So Joe Biden's going to come out here and talk about the Supreme Court and the president doing things and the former president defying this and defying that when he's gone completely around the Supreme Court. And by the way, he has stuck all of us hard-paying, hard-working, tax-paying citizens with a bill that we never ran up, right? And Jim Clyburn wants to get on television from South Carolina and say, oh, no, those billions of dollars, it just goes away. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Somebody has to pay the bill, and it's us. So that's one of the biggest hypocrisies of last night. I'm not sure if you guys heard that quote. We'll play the full thing coming up in about 15 minutes. But I'm listening to this guy last night, and I'm like, wait a minute. You're completely going against the established precedent of student loan forgiveness. And why are they doing this, Sean? And why are they doing this, Dawn? Because they're trying to buy votes.
There's no question about it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sean.
Okay.
It doesn't help anybody who they're trying to buy the votes of, right? The whole student loan thing is supposed to buy the votes of 18 to 29-year-olds.
Right.
But those aren't the people
right.
who are benefiting from these latest attempts to circumvent the Supreme Court. Remember, as you said, Nick, you have to respect the results of an election. You have to respect the results of a trial, unless it goes opposite the left. Then, when Trump beats Hillary Clinton, it's Russia, Russia, Russia.
Mm-hmm.
When the Supreme Court rules in favor of Donald Trump with immunity, it's, we have to impeach. We have to expand the court. We have to assassinate justices. That's what Harry Sisson said. When 1512C2 is tossed by the Supreme Court, they're doing Trump's bidding, and it's all they're doing Trump's bidding. So Ketanji Brown Jackson,
Mm-hmm.
who sided with the majority in the opinion, is doing Trump's bidding on the Supreme Court. I had no idea that he nominated her. I had no clue. I mean, this is where these people are. And we may have somebody on Twitter who's going to try and make the case that Joe Biden didn't read off the teleprompter, even though he's done it several times. Hopefully that person gives us a call today, because I'd love to speak to them.
That would be nice, for sure. AOC says, quote, the Supreme Court has become consumed by a corruption crisis. By the way, first time AOC's ever uttered the word crisis. Completely mum at the crisis with our southern border. Interesting when a Democrat or a far-left progressive wants to finally use the word crisis. She says it's beyond control. Today's ruling represents an assault on American democracy. Not a threat to democracy, not an attack on democracy, an assault on American democracy. And it's up to Congress to defend our nation from this authoritarian capture, as she says on X. And now AOC comes out saying she wants to impeach all 6 conservative Supreme Court justices after Trump's immunity ruling. And then, of course, you've got Chuck Schumer, a man who still can't figure out you cook the meat on the grill before you put the cheese on the burger. This guy wants to come out yesterday and say, I'm faithful to our founding fathers' ideals. This is from Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson's blistering dissent from this MAGA SCOTUS's undemocratic ruling. I would sit there and say, Chuck Schumer, we really want to talk about biases about elected officials or elected attorneys or prosecutors. Once again, this is the moment where Democrats get something that doesn't work in their favor and they blow a hissy fit and a conniption on social media. And I would just sit here and say this. Think about just how stacked the deck is for Republicans, for the GOP, for conservatives. Locally here in Philadelphia, 7-1 advantage registered Democrats over Republican. Look at the media coverage. For the Talk Radio 1210s, the Rumbles, the X's, and the Truths, there's 36 outlets that cater to the mainstream and left wing. Right. So it's like we already have, it's like, the old school, handicap tag team wrestling match. It's like 2 against 12. The odds are always stacked against this side. And when things line up in our favor, they just can't seem to handle it. And we mentioned this an hour and a half ago, but it's worth mentioning again. It's one thing if Keith Olbermann is getting on stage and making comments, so now basically the precedent is we can just assassinate our chief political rival. But those were basically, and I'm paraphrasing, those were the words that came out of a liberal Supreme Court justice of the United States. And of course, everybody on the left decides to run with that. That's a very irresponsible statement to make.
Agreed.
When you're on that court.
And that's the thing, right? So, all right, let's look at these parallels. A couple of weeks ago, we heard that Justice Samuel Alito is a threat to the nation because his wife flew the American flag upside down, and it's a symbol of January 6th and the Gadsden flag. There is a justice on the Supreme Court who is inaccurately and irresponsibly and recklessly making the assumption that this immunity ruling gives a president, any president, the immunity from prosecution if he orders the military to kill his political rival, when the ruling says that a president has absolute immunity for official acts within his core constitutional powers. And it is nobody's core constitutional power or right to kill another person, let alone their political rival, of course, unless it's in self-defense, right? I mean, you don't have the right to kill somebody unless your life is in imminent danger. So the fact that Sonia Sotomayor decided she was going to throw that into the dissenting opinion is obviously she threw a juicy bone to the troglodytes like Keith Olbermann, Rachel Madcow, Joyless Reed,
Helmet Head,
Anderson
Harry Sisson.
Cooper,
Yep.
Helmet Head, right? Harry Sisson. These people, they took those marching orders and they ran with it.
Mhm.
That is an activist on the Supreme Court right there. That's an activist. If Clarence Thomas had written in a dissenting opinion something that sounded sort of MAGA, like, anything. Maybe he came to the defense of January 6th. They would say, he's got to go. They've impeached him or tried to impeach him for less, right? You have a sitting Supreme Court justice. I can't believe she did this, writing in there, the president would now be immune. And now you have, the problem is, that's her opinion, right? That's her opinion. That's how she perceives this. But what the left is going to do is they're going to say, well, she said it, so that's the law. That is dangerous. I believe when Republicans, you want to really drive them crazy. When Donald Trump wins, okay, I play this game like the left, just like we talked about yesterday. We're going to play by their rules. When Republicans win, if we have the Senate, I want to impeach Justice Sonia Sotomayor and put another conservative on the Supreme Court because she's out there writing opinions like that. Impeach and remove. Let's go. You want to play the game? You want to pack the court? You want to impeach Clarence Thomas? You want to come after our justices? No, your justice just basically put out a rallying call for violence and an assassination attempt against a political rival. So because you're irresponsible, because you clearly can't handle it, Sonia, we're going to impeach you. We're going to remove you. And we're putting another one on the Supreme Court. That's what we should do.
This issue with Sotomayor caught many off guard.
Yeah.
And part of it, I think, if you read about her, Sotomayor has repeatedly said over just this year, since early this year, talking about the level of frustration that she has felt. Now, we know that she has spoken out in defense of Clarence Thomas. Actually, she and Clarence Thomas are friends, and they're very friendly. So to me, I thought it was interesting that she was writing this to counter what she feels as that they were trying to say, well, this is moderate, this was humble.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think this is an issue of the personalities on the court, but I actually don't think it's with the most conservative justices.
Interesting.
Ironically.
Yeah.
I think it's Kennedy. I think she and Ketanji Brown Jackson were triggered by the fact that they were saying this is humble and they were trying to take like that moderate approach.
Mm-hmm.
And because some people thought, wow, this is, even for Sotomayor, usually she's not the one who sort of, that would do something like that and word that. So even Berkeley, even those law school professors are saying, wow, that was really kind of over the top. So what's going on here? I would love to hear moving forward the why. I would love to hear them debriefed as to why they had to write that in such a strong way.
Speaking of wording, we'll wrap with this before we get to the cut sheet. Jonathan Turley just posted his latest column. I haven't read it yet. I'm going to do that later today. But the headline of his tweet to kind of tease the piece. How about this for wording? Rage has again replaced reason as commentators race to the bottom in reckless rhetoric. The threats and attacks will not work. The court is designed to stand against everyone and everything except for the Constitution. It was forged for this moment. I think that encapsulates exactly the way many on the left are reacting. And oh, by the way the Supreme Court of the United States operates and answers basically to nobody except for and being true to the Constitution. So that's from Jonathan Turley, Fox News legal scholar. 855-839-1210. We will get to what's on the cut sheet on the other side. Actually, the more important question is, what's not on the cut sheet? I've got everything on the cut sheet here. I got 42. This is like a phone book here. This is like the New Testament. We'll try to work our way through it as we continue. It's the cut sheet. It's next. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey.
The satire on all of the Eagles and the Phillies, oh my goodness, it was just too hilarious.
His daughter's amazingly a great singer, but I didn't know everybody in the family was that good of a singer. I absolutely loved it.
Just the mix of the comedy and the singing, you never knew which way they were going to go with it.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey on Saturday, July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Nick Castellanos deserves your vote.
He is the hero, Castellanos.
He is a finalist for this year's All-Star Game. Vote once daily now through Wednesday, July 3rd at noon at phillies.com/vote to send him to Texas. Alec Boehm deserves your vote.
Alec Boehm has tied it up.
He is a finalist for this year's All-Star Game. Vote once daily now through Wednesday, July 3rd at noon at phillies.com/vote to send him to Texas.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano inviting you to join me in Wildwood at Mulligan Shore Bar tomorrow, July 3rd, to ring in the 4th of July holiday. It'll be a great day in Wildwood at Mulligan's. Blow off work tomorrow. Join me at Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood starting at noon. Mulligan's, located at 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood, New Jersey. Let's celebrate America a day early and get the holiday started. Details at 1210WPHT.com.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
We all have bad habits. Some procrastinate, others are extremely disorganized. But what are some of the bad financial habits that are holding back Americans from achieving their savings and investment goals? Today, I'll tell you the worst habit all savers and investors face and the best way to overcome it. But first, think about where you learned to manage money. According to recent statistics, you most likely learned about your finances at home, or from watching your parents or older siblings. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau reported that parents were found to be critical in forming their children's financial literacy. When parents have bad money habits, they pass those habits on to their children. And that's according to a study from asset management firm T. Rowe Price. If you're a parent, here are 3 good habits to instill in your children to give them a good financial start. 1. Have your children research student loan options to understand the impact those decisions will have on their future. 2. Have them get a credit card and pay the balance due every month to build early credit. 3. Do not have them turn down minimum wage jobs, especially if it's in their chosen profession. This will give them experience and income. Now, as promised, what's the worst financial habit for parents and children alike? It's called instant gratification. Many people, young or old, are guilty of this because we all live in a world where we want everything and we want it now. This is why, time and time again, investors get burned on the stock market because they refuse to follow the cardinal rule of investing. Buy low, sell high. They never sell. They're always after bigger gains and more gratification. Now, the best way to overcome this, and the simplest, is to exercise discipline and delay that gratification. Don't get sucked in by the possibility of receiving instant gratification and gains today that can disappear tomorrow. That's gambling. Find an investment that is guaranteed to grow your money and never step back. That's peace of mind.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. and Sunday at 1 p.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Mount Laurel, we know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Go home to your mom.
It's Kayal and Company, 744. Live here on a Tuesday morning. It is Nick, Dawn, and Sean. If you'd like to be a part of the show, you can jump in, 855-839-1210. We got a lot of good stuff to get to. We have a loaded cut sheet this morning. I mean, we could legitimately, I actually believe, just go cut sheet from now until 9:54 when we sign off this morning. For the next 2 hours and 10 minutes, legitimately could play nothing but cuts and react to everything that everybody has had to say, because it has been a smorgasbord of juicy, juicy content. So let's get to it. 7:45 on this Tuesday morning. It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team are looking forward to meeting you.
All right, let's start, boys, with clip 42. This was our fearless leader last night, Joe Biden. At 7:45 p.m., he graced us with his presence for all of just about 4 minutes and change after the Supreme Court of the United States ruled in favor, with partial immunity in favor of Donald Trump for official presidential acts. And as we know, that vote came down 6-3. Here was, because Joe can only give us about 4 minutes. It's not often we play an entire speech, but when you only go for about 244 seconds, we figured we would give it to you in full. We talked about it this morning. We gave you a smaller clip around 6:30. Here's the big guy last night reacting to the Supreme Court.
The presidency is the most powerful office in the world. It's an office that not only tests your judgment, perhaps even more importantly, it's an office that tests your character. Because you not only face moments when you need the courage to exercise the full power of the presidency, you also face moments where you need the wisdom to respect the limits of the power of the office of the presidency. This nation was founded on the principle that there are no kings in America. Each of us is equal before the law. No one is above the law, not even the President of the United States. With today's Supreme Court decision on presidential immunity, that fundamentally changed. For all practical purposes, today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what a president can do. This is a fundamentally new principle, and it's a dangerous precedent, because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States. The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone. This decision today has continued the court's attack in recent years on a wide range of long-established legal principles in our nation, from gutting voting rights and civil rights, to taking away a woman's right to choose, to today's decision that undermines the rule of law of this nation. Nearly 4 years ago, my predecessor sent a violent mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the peaceful transfer of power. We all saw it with our own eyes. We sat there and watched it happen that day. Attack on the police, the ransacking of the Capitol, a mob literally hunting down the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, gallows erected to hang the Vice President, Mike Pence. I think it's fair to say it's one of the darkest days in the history of America. Now the man who sent that mob to the U.S. Capitol is facing potential criminal conviction for what happened that day. And the American people deserve to have an answer in the courts before the upcoming election. The public has a right to know the answer about what happened on January 6th before they are asked to vote again this year. Now, because of today's decision, that is highly, highly unlikely. It's a terrible disservice to the people of this nation. So now the American people have to do what the courts should have been willing to do, but will not. The American people have to render a judgment about Donald Trump's behavior. The American people must decide whether Donald Trump's assault on our democracy on January 6th makes him unfit for public office in the highest office in the land. The American people must decide if Trump's embrace of violence to preserve his power is acceptable. Perhaps most importantly, the American people must decide if they want to entrust the president once again, the presidency, to Donald Trump, now knowing he'll be even more emboldened to do whatever he pleases whenever he wants to do it. You know, at the outset of our nation, it was the character of George Washington, our first president, to define the presidency. He believed power was limited, not absolute. And that power always resides with the people, always. Now, over 200 years later, with today's Supreme Court decision, once again, it will depend on the character of the men and women who hold that presidency that are going to define the limits of the power of the presidency, because the law will no longer do it. I know I will respect the limits of the presidential powers I have for 3.5 years, but any president, including Donald Trump, will now be free to ignore the law. I concur with Justice Sotomayor's dissent today. Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote. So should the American people dissent. I dissent. May God bless you all, and may God help preserve our democracy. Thank you. And may God protect our troops.
End of quote, end of clip. No more questions. No questions at all, actually. Prompter 1, Pampers 0, if you're tracking the scoreboard at home. It's just amazing. You talk about a guy who's defied the Supreme Court of the United States, a guy that has abused his own power with what he has done and his administration have done for 3.5 years with censorship and vaccine mandates and mask mandates and things like that. And then he comes out looking like he got somebody through. Remember those little Zicam tablets you take when you have a cold? They come in like the orange sherbet flavor. His whole head looks like he got hit with a Zicam tablet and the powder just exploded because he looks like Donald Trump with the orange spray tan now. I mean, I'm sorry. Like, I sat there and watched that last night for all of, 4 minutes and 45 seconds or whatever that clip was. And, do you think, and here's my question to you guys, do you think he wanted to come out last night and make that speech, or was that his handlers telling him to do so? And, oh, by the way, whose idea was it to spray tan him? Because a day ago, he was as pale as Anderson Cooper.
I think it was Jill. I think that she saw the media coverage and everybody saying how pale he looked, how soft-spoken, his voice was completely different. And she said, we need some bronzer. We need to spray tan him. But I just think that we cannot be distracted. We have to look at this. We have to look at what he did. It was his opportunity. This guy is a career partisan swamp politician.
Yep.
And this was his moment to pivot and say, haha, we can now use this. And unfortunately, and I say unfortunately because I'm sad, I don't want the court to be politicized. But the line that Sotomayor used in particular, Justice Sotomayor, where she talked about basically to me saying basically it's a danger to democracy, that was a talking point. And so Democrats seized upon that and said, all right, get up there, look good, bronzer on, quick speech, look strong, and we're going to go with this narrative. And this gives us a whole, because that's what everybody's talking about now. And nobody's talking about last Thursday's disastrous debate performance.
Mm-hmm. Well said. Sean, your thoughts from what you witnessed?
I think, first of all, we keep talking about Zicam and what they put on his face. Remember Tang, the powdered orange juice?
Even a better example, yes.
Yeah. I was thinking it looked like he dove headfirst into one of those containers of Tang, with the powdered orange juice all over the place. Or he had a bad run-in with some cheese doodles. I have no idea. But this guy, right, yesterday, I think Dawn's right. I think it was Jill. I don't think Joe Biden wanted to get in front of the cameras, especially after I think you said it, Nick, power down mode or something, where he's kind of low battery last night as he kind of slowly limped away from the podium after reading every single word on the teleprompter. But again, I can't get away from what Sotomayor did here.
Yeah.
I can't believe she would put something like that in a dissenting opinion, because you hear what he said. I agree with the Supreme Court justice, which means with Sotomayor, which means he agrees that he, if he wanted to, could kill Donald Trump right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's a problem. He thinks he's been given that power by somebody who wrote in the dissent. This is unbelievable. And now we have, and it's clearly obvious to anybody with a functioning brain cell, one functioning brain cell, which is one more functioning brain cell than many of the left-wing idiots that are out there, right? That when the ruling comes out and it's that a president has absolute immunity for official acts, right, regarding anything he does within his core constitutional powers. It is not a core constitutional power of a president to murder their political opponents. This isn't hard. But because they lost, and because they've been losing consistently for really the past week or so, they are panicking. And now it's time to burn everything down, and summer of love. And now the Supreme Court justice says assassination is legal within the duties of a president. She should be ashamed of herself, and I'm not going to stop pushing for her to be impeached. If Republicans want to send a message how Supreme Court justices should conduct themselves, that woman needs to be impeached, removed, and replaced within the first 100 days of a next Trump presidency. Has to happen. Send a message. That is conduct unbecoming of a Supreme Court justice to even suggest that a president now has the power to assassinate his opponents based off of a ruling that you disagree with. Shame on her. Shame on her 1,000 times. That is you want to talk about reckless and dangerous? That is the definition of it right there.
I'm telling you, I believe firmly that this is a personal clash between Justice Sotomayor and Chief Justice John Roberts Jr. I feel like this goes back to maybe a decade. I'm trying to figure out when this began, because I think it's been
Obama's second term.
Yeah, I think
Third
that
term.
right. I think that this is personal between them, and I do wish that Roberts had not written the opinion. I swear that I think there's, and that's a shame, right? We don't want personal issues or politics, but I feel that they tick each other, that he ticks her off.
So you're thinking this doesn't happen if Gorsuch writes the opinion or somebody
Gorsuch
else?
or
Kavanaugh?
or Clarence Thomas.
Or Clarence
who
Thomas.
She's buddies with.
Right.
Who she's defended, because even though, I think it's a person, I really do. I think it's a personality thing. But for whatever, and also a ruling, the way that Roberts tries to please everybody, right? He tries to, and I think he rubs some people. I mean, Obama, remember during his State of the Union speech back in the day, was aggravated with John Roberts. So to me, that's the only explanation that I have to your point. It's really unusual.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, I'm glad you brought up Obama as well, because I've heard a lot of the talking heads on some of the left-wing television networks saying, oh, this is not the end for Joe. Bad debates happen. Obama had a bad first debate in 2012. And I'm like, no, this is not apples to apples. Barack Obama, when he had that bad debate, what was he, 50 or 51 years old? Joe Biden's 81 years old. Joe's not in a position cognitively where he's going to have a bounce back moment. I mean, even on Friday's rally in North Carolina in Raleigh, yeah, he had more energy, but then he was speaking too fast because he was all hyped up. He's stuttering, he's stammering, he can't say Roe v. Wade. Sounds like he's talking about a Range Rover or doing a Piazza auto read, for God's sakes. He's all over the place. And then last night, he was kind of like in between. He was a little bit more alert than he was at the debate, but he was also lower energy than Friday. And for the most part, he got through the prompter short of saying end of quote. But if you think Joe's going to have a Barack bounce back, you're out of your mind. We're talking about a guy in the prime of his life versus a guy that should be, with all due respect, living in a facility right now. So,
and that first debate between Obama and Romney was a bad debate for Barack Obama.
Right.
Nobody's going to disagree. But that version of bad, that brand of bad, and what we saw last Thursday are two different definitions of the word bad.
Mm-hmm.
There's like, I got wet, and then there's I'm soaked and everything is saturated, right? Like there's a difference. You know, not all layers or not all levels of bad are created equal, right?
Yep.
I mean, there are, you could lose a nail biter or you could get blown out. Yes, both are losses, but you've lost in two different fashions. And what we saw last Thursday, that was bad, but that was bad on a level that we've never seen before in a presidential debate. Obama had a horrible debate against Romney, but it was nowhere near what we saw last Thursday. And I get it. He's trying to be like, hey, bad debates happen. I had one. He didn't have one like that. He did not have. If he had one like that, he wouldn't have beaten Romney.
Right.
Hurricane Sandy or not, he wouldn't have beaten Romney.
Yep. Viewer and listener discretion advised for the next clip. This is going to be clip number 10, boys. Guys, gals, get your barf bags ready. If you thought the ridiculous statements were going to stop anytime soon, well, you probably want to listen to this because this was apparently our boy Morning Joe from the Morning Joe Show is off. He's got a scheduled week off, but his wife, Dawn Minka, a.k.a. Mika, which is her real name. I just call her Minka for some unbeknownst reason to me. Went on this word salad trying to defend Joe Biden. This is absolutely glorious. This is your mainstream media. Clip 10, Mika from the Morning Joe Show on MSNBC.
Now, Joe, our Joe, is off this morning on a planned vacation. On Friday's show, I should clarify, Joe said it may be time for Biden to consider stepping aside. He also said we should wait a few days to see how he responds. We're shoulder to shoulder on that. I do agree. Joe Biden has work to do. He has to do better. His team has to do a lot better. I'm just not ready, though, to count Joe Biden out, not even close. Just as Joe and I were stunned by the president's poor performance on the debate stage, we've also been surprised by the level of animosity toward Donald Trump from people who once supported him. The debate acted as a wake-up call that was a loss for Joe Biden, no question, but not a win for Trump. The choice is one terribly bad night versus a decade of destruction to our core beliefs, our democratic values, and yes, our Constitution. Someone who stumbled over his words for 90 minutes versus someone who lied to the American people over and over again. A man slowed down by a cold versus a man with a cold, vile, and merciless heart. I think in the days and weeks ahead, as we move away from this debate, clarity will hopefully set in. For me, Joe Biden is still the man for this moment.
Wow. That you can pick and choose what you want to react to here, Sean and Dawn. I'll let you go a la carte and just grab whatever you want off the cart. But I would just say this. I think what concerns her and why she's so panicked, and maybe her husband and everybody else, is for those Democrats or Biden supporters or left-wingers out there that have been kind of living in a bubble and they haven't been paying attention to politics and they think their life is good because they look at the stock market and see where it's at. I think if they haven't been consuming, because I think we have to remember, for those of us that do this show and those that listen every single day around the clock to 1210 WPHT, and we certainly appreciate that, we live this on the daily, but a lot of people don't. And I think where the shock comes now, like Mika, she knows Joe's out of it. She does a show every day. But what they're so fearful of is the casual political observer that tuned in for 9 minutes or 90 minutes last Thursday and saw their guy looking like a complete shell of what he used to be. And they're like, whoa, what happened to Joe Biden? That's not the Joe Biden from 2020. I think that's really where the fear emanates from.
She went on for 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And she did cite the Philadelphia Inquirer, by the way, because the Inquirer was one of the few papers, editorials, unlike the New York Times, that wanted Biden to just step down. But the Philadelphia Inquirer actually said Trump should step down.
Yeah.
Look, I worked with Mika Brzezinski when I did CBS News Saturday Morning. She was a sweetheart at that time and married to her first husband. I don't know what the heck happened to Mika and Joe. Joe used to be a Republican congressman, right, from Tallahassee, Florida. I don't know what the heck happened to those two or how people could change so much that, like, for Joe Scarborough especially, what a disappointment. But for her to come on for 15 minutes on her high horse, I mean, grew up pretty wealthy. Look up her dad, very famous within Democrat administrations, very bright. But for her to come out and so high and mighty and tell you how you should feel, this is an example of people in the media who are just in that bubble. I don't think she impacts anybody, quite frankly. She's just speaking to the media.
Yeah.
She's speaking to her fellow bubbleites in the media saying, come on, people.
Yeah.
Let's get it together while you're in your limo being driven. Hello, we're all Team Biden.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, don't hold the candidate accountable. Make sure that you hold all of his staff accountable. That's what she's saying. Fire the people around Biden. But I would just point to you, everybody trusted the First Lady, Jill Biden. Now, if you look back at First Ladies, remember Reagan, Nancy Reagan. People accused Nancy of covering up the fact that we later did learn that Ronnie had some issues that were pretty serious. Nancy did a good job, if you will, of making sure that he was nowhere near the media. Okay, she effectively did that and is credited with that. In this one, what a lot of people are saying is that Jill kept saying, nope, we're good to go. He's good to go. He had the full 7 days off.
She assured donors that he's fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sean, your thoughts?
The fact that she wanted to downplay Thursday as him just kind of stumbling over his words is laughable.
Yeah.
That was more. And then a man slowed down by a cold. So what happened? He recovered from that cold in 8 hours when he got out in Raleigh, North Carolina, and was yelling and vibrant again. And everybody was, look, there he is. There he is. He's back. So he had a cold and then he got over it that quickly. I've never seen anything like that in my life. You can have the healthiest person in the world and they're not going to get over a cold that quick, let alone an 81-year-old who can't control his bowel movements. All right. I have a problem believing that guy recovered from a cold in 8 hours. Right. That's number one. Number two, stumbling. That was more than just stumbling. That was he fell, and it was like a Life Alert commercial in real time. I've fallen and I can't get up. That's what happened on Thursday. No, he just stumbled through his words. Look, I understand you want to carry water for your preferred candidate. They hate Donald Trump, and it's the MSNBC. I call it Concast. They call it Comcast. I call it Concast with an N because it's a complete and total con job. These are terrible people, I have to say. Horrible people, I have to say that. Sick puppies, very, very sick. And Mika is very, very sick. And Joe is very, very sick. Scarborough, look at this. Stumbling over his words. No, that does not describe what we saw on Thursday. Thursday was a 46 car pileup. Okay. And it was one of those things. I watched it a few times. I could not stop watching it. It was so bad. I give her credit for trying to spin it and kind of, two princes, spin doctors, this thing, right? 1, 2 princes kneel before you. That's what she's trying to do right over there. But she's doing a terrible job. She's making a fool of herself in the process and is losing whatever credibility she had left, if any at all.
But think about what's happened here in the last 5 days. Remember, Thursday night with all the post-game reaction and analysis, the Joy Reids of the world, the CNN 9-person panel, they were already, Van Jones, they were all ready to throw in the towel on Joe. He was awful. He was indefensible. Now, 5 days later, it's, he's got a stutter. We've known that for 40 years. He had a cold. He's got this. He's got that. I mean, it's amazing that in a matter of 96 hours, they all went from saying, get rid of this guy, throw him, kick him off the bus, and don't even bother to see where he lands on the curb, to now they're all spinning the same. So that's when we sit there and say, oh, they've all got their talking points. I legitimately need to get on this email list. I really want to get on the email list and just see what the bullet points are, because there's no difference between MSNBC and the DNC or the Democrat Party or Biden staffers and campaigners. They literally say verbatim the same phrases, buzzwords, and cliches. It's not even a joke anymore. I'm telling you, there's an email with the talking points. And I'm not a registered Democrat, so I guess I don't get them, and I don't work for mainstream media. So.
Well, there was a desperate email that was sent out a couple of days ago. I think it might have been either yesterday or Sunday, and Red State reported on it. And it's funny, the Biden campaign sent out an email to, I don't know who it was, if it went to media, if it went to just people who were, on the email list. But they encouraged supporters to forcefully push back against those calling on the president to drop out of the race, accusing such critics of being part of the, quote, bedwetting brigade. So they're shaming voters who disagree with them. Say, oh, you're a bedwetter. Meanwhile, like, Joe Biden is the actual bedwetter. And among other things he does in the bed, right? I call him, you know what I call him, right? We call him incompetent and incontinent. We know what happens. He's not in control. Nobody's in control. And unfortunately, nobody could help him. You have the campaign sending out these types of emails to their supporters and followers. There's an internal divide here. Media's got their talking points. People are now picking sides. Mainstream media is going to circle the wagons, because if they don't, they get canned, right? You can't step out of line with the regime, or you are, they'll start calling Mika Brzezinski a MAGA extremist if she came out and said that, I think Joe Biden may need to step down. Right. It was like when left-wing talking heads said that a New York Times and Siena poll was favorable for Donald Trump. Really? The New York Times and Siena College, really favorable to Donald Trump? I don't think so. I don't think that's the way it works. The fact that you have these emails being sent out. Yes, Nick, there is an email that goes to the media. There are emails that go to their supporters and folks who are trying to help the Biden campaign. And they are panicking. It is a complete and total panic. They're in damage control mode. And they're not doing a very good job. They're not.
Dawn, you were going to say something about the AP?
Just AP headline, quote, a media nervous breakdown calls for Biden's withdrawal produced some extraordinary moments. And the Mika moment that you were referring to. Mm-hmm. So that's the Associated Press calling Mika and the media that you were just describing, Sean and Nick, a nervous breakdown.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. 4th of July is upon us, just 2 days out. Traveling is going to be occurring, flight delays, or maybe you're just hanging around the house having a backyard barbecue. Well, you know what? The prices are going to be through the roof yet again, boys. This is Clip 17. Let's talk about Bidenomics and how that will affect your holiday barbecue coming up July 4th through the weekend. Clip 17, go ahead.
From burgers to buns, the cost of barbecue food prices has increased.
Prices are skyrocketing and groceries are, almost unaffordable.
Making 2024 one of the most expensive years for a 4th of July meal.
Big price increase on a lot of the major groceries that I buy. So it's up there. It's high.
The 2024 Rabobank Barbecue Index shows that hosting a 10-person barbecue will cost about $99 this year, the highest on record. It's a 32% increase in barbecue costs since 2019.
Juices, water, some meats, just like staple items. And breads, too. Breads are very high.
According to that same report, prices have increased due to several factors, including overall food inflation, labor costs, and supply chain issues.
There you have it, that courtesy of News Channel 3, and I've got to imagine that's on the low end if you're going just basics, hot dogs, hamburgers, low-end buns, things like that. If you're rolling out some good butcher meat from, a high-end sausage, or maybe you're doing ribs or some steak or chicken or things like that, And for a party of 10, that's probably going to cost you $125, $150. And I just saw this. This was up on the Fox News channel this morning. The amount of money you need to have to live comfortably, household income, combined income, assuming you're married, $186,000 per year. So I think I'll be grilling out hot dogs this year. Anybody that's thinking ribeyes and strips, not going to be happening at the Kayal household.
Mac and cheese.
Yeah, that's scary. Those are just scary numbers. I remember they did this, I think, a couple of years ago too. It was like, oh, your Memorial Day barbecue costs 16 cents less than what it cost the last year, and so I'm gonna go buy some Bitcoin with that stimulus money, man. We're gonna make that go far. I mean, the gaslighting is just at an all another level. It's at an all-time high.
Yeah. Yet I'm told the economy is great, but it seems like, the average everyday person, which Mika hasn't qualified to be in that category in a long time, these types of things that you just took for granted, 5 years ago when Trump was in office or 7 years ago, now 32% higher. So there's that. All right, let's get back to some of the election conversation. And, we've talked about people willing to vote for Joe Biden because their Trump derangement syndrome is so severe. They would even vote for Joe if he was on his deathbed or even if he actually perished before the election. And that would happen right here in Pennsylvania. Clip 27, boys. This is a Pennsylvania voter who notes that even though he's a Republican, and these people exist, he would vote for Biden even if he was dead. Clip 27.
Is there any chance you would stay at home on Election Day?
No. I love American democracy too much that Biden and Trump, if it's a Biden and Trump race, then I would vote for Biden even if he was dead.
No chance I'd stay home.
And I'm a Republican.
I don't know how you can be, and this is what I've said in the past, and I know soccer got ticked off when I said this because some of these Republicans in our audience exist. If you vote for Joe Biden as a Republican, so obviously if you switch parties, blah, 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 blah. And this was the conversation we were having around the primaries when Nikki Haley was the last one standing. And I said this, and I mean this, if you sit out because of something you don't like about Trump, you are a loser. That's as a registered Republican. If you don't vote for Donald Trump after what this guy has done to this country for the last 3 years and 8 months, you, sir or ma'am, are a loser. And I will not walk back that statement because these people exist. The level of disdain, I'm assuming he probably voted wrong. He was a Romney guy. He was a McCain guy. He was a Bush guy, which a lot of Trump supporters, not a lot, but certainly a sizable portion of them, do not like the old guard GOP. They don't like the way it used to be. They like the way it is right now with Trump. And this is what concerns me on Election Day. Despite some of the good polls, and despite some of the betting market numbers, which, by the way, the betting market now has Trump at an all-time high in Pennsylvania, giving him a 16-point lead in the betting market to beat Joe Biden and win the Keystone State. But those guys out there and those gals that you just saw there in that little round table, they exist, and they are going to be a factor on Election Day, and that's what scares me.
I'm just glad.
Donald Trump is pulling up. He's pulling ahead in those polls. Pennsylvania. It's looking really good in the Keystone State, Michigan, Wisconsin. I think wasn't it Gretchen Whitmer? It just leaked that she spoke to some high level Democrats and said that Michigan is essentially off the table. She had to come out and clean up those comments yesterday, but she said after the debate, Michigan's no longer winnable for Joe Biden. I mean, if that's the way they're feeling internally, we gotta do our best to make sure that we don't lose that position in 4 months. But my goodness. I've never seen the Democrats this much in disarray. It's fun for me to watch, but it's also kind of like, what are they going to do? Because they're not just going to go down, right away quietly into the night.
Dawn, your thoughts?
Yeah, even New Hampshire, that's another headline. Even in New Hampshire, which wasn't a swing state, 12-point swing from that poll just months ago. Even look at, blue New Jersey. Mm-hmm. And think about the fact that candidates are now think about why the Democrats are really panicking. As I said yesterday, they're really panicking because now, this goes down ticket. And so the fear is trickle down Bidenomics. And so at this point, Democrats down ticket, and that means the bureaucrats, that means the swamp. And so look at what's happening. They're panicked because, of course, they fear losing their own career politician gig, which is a sweet gig.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. All right, let's continue with some of the panic here on the cut sheet. It's been a rough couple of months. I'm actually going to have to do a safety and wellness check on James Carville because, he's been throwing spaghetti at the wall for months and months and months. Nothing seems to stick. Trump is Teflon Don, and Carville has another meltdown. This one is on CNN. Boys, this is clip 33. We've shortened it down to about 1 minute. But James Carville spent 7 minutes on CNN begging the Dems to bench the big guy. Here's just 60 seconds of that, clip 33.
Biden huddled with his family over the weekend at Camp David, and we're told that his family thinks he should stay in the race. What's your response?
I've been 50 years, and people say, James, my family loves me, and people like you, y'all just looking for the next scalp, or next notch on your bed to make the next fee. And maybe we do, and maybe they love you, but their judgment is clouded by love. I really like President Biden, but man, the country wants something new. Let them have it. Why are we fighting this inevitable desire? And they can't deliver it. Trump is going to be sentenced on July the 11th. The Supreme Court is like, come on, we don't even want to discuss this. But give the people a shot. Let them look at who's in the party. And I believe there's staggering talent in the Democratic Party. Get out the way and let 1,000 flowers bloom.
Carville has been far more hysterical over the prospect of ditching Joe, whereas his counterpart and his colleague, so to speak, David Axelrod, has kind of had more of a measured, calculated approach. But I want to hone in on what Carville just said there about Democrats not letting the people get what they want. And it works both ways. They're clinging to the Joe thing when Democrats clearly want to move on from Joe. And they also want to weaponize the DOJ and go after Trump, where we, the people, are saying, why are you doing this? You beat him in 2020, right? Well, then just do the same thing again and beat him again. Let the people decide. But the power brokers with the Dems are so power hungry, they don't want to concede and have any sort of concession of control on either side of these ledgers. And I think that's what, and Carville's, I think he's kind of a caricature at this point in his career. This is a very successful guy who knows what he's talking about politically when it comes to strategy.
I was just looking at the Real Clear polling, and they have a segment, Pennsylvania This Day in History, July 2nd of 2020, Biden +7 for Pennsylvania. July 2nd, 2016, it was actually Clinton. So they were wrong on that one, +2.3.
Okay.
But today, when we look at Pennsylvania, Trump +3.
Mm-hmm.
The averages.
Yep. That's it. I think, Sean, you were talking about some of those averages earlier this morning in that 3 to 4 point range.
Yeah, I was just trying to bring Pennsylvania numbers because they just published some new numbers. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a ton of all the swing states right now look good for Trump. All of them. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona. I even saw a poll where he was within 2 points in New Mexico. And that's, generally more of a blue state. But of course, right up on the border. Now, it was a poll, I think, that was done by Signal, which is the RNC's pollster. So it is going to be a little bit biased towards the right. And take that into consideration, just like the poll that showed Donald Trump leading in New Jersey was done by the pollster Coefficient, which is also a pollster that tends to skew to the right. Mm-hmm. But the fact that you're seeing close races, right, in pollsters, whether they skewed right or left, that would never show races that close is significant with 4 months to go before the election. And this is the crazy part where I think the left is going, and they've already kind of started to do it. They're going to start to shame people, right? They're going to start to shame people for, they're going to shame respondents to polls. How could you vote for Trump? What are you? They're going to start to do it, because that's always their last line of attack. When things aren't going their way, they start hurling insults. Ain't going to work. Right? Basket of deplorables didn't work in 2016. Dregs of society, all of this stuff. It ain't going to work. If you keep insulting your voters, they're going to just give you the middle finger just a little bit louder, a little bit longer, and and a little more emphatically. if they continue doing that. I mean, how about you speak to the issues that people actually care about? Don't come out there and tell me inflation is down, because I just came back from the grocery store. Newsflash, inflation ain't down.
Right.
It's like $5 for a freaking cabbage. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? How did it get this bad? Right. I can't buy a steak anymore. It's just ridiculous. I remember during the Trump years, I was making steaks all the time.
Yep.
I haven't grilled a steak in over a year. It's hard. It's really it's breaking my
Sean
heart.
Farish a steak.
Make beef affordable again.
I want steak. Okay. I want beef. It's a shame, but I think that's where they're going. You see the polls, they're swinging to Trump. There has been a noticeable shift in polling after the debate. I don't think we're done seeing the shift. Every time Joe Biden's out in front of a camera, something happens where, it's pointed out that, hey, this guy doesn't have it. And the mainstream media is out there telling everyone, no, don't believe your lying eyes, right? It's a cheap fake. What are you talking about? We're all watching the same guy you're watching. You're just spinning it because it's your job to spin it, but don't lecture the voters or shame the voters for making the decision now that they want to go back to where they enjoyed life better 4 years ago under Donald Trump. And that's what you're seeing in the polls. I think the next step, they're going to start shaming people, and you're going to see the polls swing again, and they're not going to know why it's happening. These are the least self-aware people in the world.
Speaking of cheap fakes and swinging, Joy Reid, we got to get to this. This is clip 32, boys. So Thursday night, after Biden's embarrassing performance, Joy Reid was of the belief, I've never seen anything quite like it. It was a train wreck. It was a disaster. And, of course, just like I mentioned a few minutes ago, 4 or 5 days later, now all of a sudden mainstream media changing all of their talking points, trying to rally the troops and carry Joe to the finish line. Here's Joy Reid, clip 32, boys, saying, I don't care about Biden's age, infirmity. He could be rolled around in a wheelchair. DJT can't win. Clip 32.
I no longer care. Doesn't matter to me anymore. It's above me now. It's above me now. There's a Waffle House next door. There's a Best Western next door as well. It's above me now. It's above Joe Biden now. Don't care about Joe Biden's age, infirmity, that he shuffle when he walk. I don't care. He could be seated for the rest of, from now to Election Day, and never get up off a chair. He could sit down. He could roll around in a wheelchair. He could be on a skateboard, seated. I don't care. Donald John Trump cannot be allowed back into the White House. Because if you combine that madman with this court, 2 of whose members are insurrectionists, one of whom flew an upside-down flag at his home and blamed it on his wife, who's also crazy. The other of whose wife literally was part of the insurrection. And they ruled in this. They put themselves in the Leonard Leo 6. They went ahead and ruled on this with no shame. You combine this court, 2 of whose members are going to immediately resign, and put 30-year-olds in there, including probably the guy who wrote the opinion in the Beaters case, meaning that Beaters should be able to get machine guns, which, by the way, they have now arrogated to themselves the power to decide all federal rules. Everything, whether your plane that you fly in is safe, how much carbon can be in the atmosphere, how much filth can be in your water. They said agencies that have experts can't decide that. They will decide that. So they are kings, and Trump is king. You put him in the White House, combined with this court and a Republican House and Senate, we're done, y'all. All the rights that were won in the 20th century, the hard-earned rights of women, laborers,
Title
workers, the rights of children. Remember, child labor used to be legal. The rights of black folks, forget that. The rights of non-white immigrants, forget that. All of the 20th, they are trying to repeal the entire 20th century, and they're doing it fast.
Sean, I'll let you take first swing. Just real quick, I'm not even really concerned with what she had to say. But so when she's on television, is that a wig or did she shave her head? Where did the Trump blonde hairdo, the comb over, go? Is that a wig, or did she just go completely shaved for the summer? I do that. I bring the scalp down a little bit when it gets hot out too for the summer months.
I think she's doing the old Ayanna Pressley do now. Listen, don't make fun of people who have alopecia. Now I'm going to make fun of Ayanna Pressley because she's a horrible person. So that's what we're going to do. Not anybody else's alopecia, I'm not making fun of you, but I am making fun of her because I can't stand her, and I can't stand Joy Reid. Joy Reid is easily, and this is not a personal attack. This is an inside and out attack. One of the ugliest people I think I have ever seen. Yes, she is rough on the eyes, but inside also, listen to how she speaks, the lies, the propaganda, the radicalization. She's trying to get people to believe that your rights are going to be taken away. especially women's rights. Okay, Joy. What about the rights of a woman to have privacy in the bathroom, safety? What about safe streets, good schools? What about all those rights that people have had for years? You talk about black rights, people's rights to vote. Well, your right to vote is being watered down by people who don't belong in the voting booth because of your party. I can't stand that woman, right? I can't stand her. She is one of the most repulsive people. I'm not just talking about how she looks, because let me tell you, you can't stare at her for too long without your eyes starting to rot out of your skull. I cannot stand this woman. She is one of the most repulsive women I have ever seen on television. Not just women, repulsive people. She is insufferable. Oh, there's a Waffle House next door and a Best Western. I don't care. Joe Biden could be in a wheelchair. I'm still going to vote for him, but I'm in a cult?
Yeah,
I'm in a cult.
I'm not sure who's benefited more from a Trump presidency than her and Rachel Maddow. Their ratings go through the roof when Trump is in office, and they make millions upon millions of dollars from their advertisers because their ratings are so well when they're scolding Trump. And Dawn, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't Joy Reid, and I lived this because I worked in Georgia during when this claim was made. Remember when they peddled the lie of the voting rights restrictions in Georgia, and Governor Brian Kemp and Republicans in the Peach State were going to make it more difficult for black people to vote?
Eagle.
By the way, it's tougher to vote in the state of New York than it is the state of Georgia, blue versus red. And what were the results of the Georgia primaries in 2022? Yeah. They had record turnout. It's all propaganda and lies.
When I look at her, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Dawn.
When I look at her in the rant that you just portrayed, she looks like she's lost her mind. I go back to that Associated Press headline. It looks like these individuals are having a nervous breakdown, but they're not in reality. And they're not talking about the reality that, you talked about the hot dog prices. Sean Farish, you talked about the fact that you just want some beef, a good steak. And I think that's where there's a disconnect. Because all of these individuals who, by the way, were not going on rants when we had children, young women and girls being, abducted by predators, illegals, and murdered, raped, assaulted, etc. They weren't going on these rants. They weren't angry. They weren't upset, calling for, calm and calling for safety and security. So what is it? These people are losing their minds over politics. And they're revealing to us what they really care about. They don't care about people. They don't care about the everyday issues. They don't care about, here in Pennsylvania, highest energy prices in the nation, or among the highest. Everything is way up. And even when we talk about the fact of inflation, 20, 30%, there are a lot of people who say, wait, it feels like it's more than that depending on what you're talking about, right? What item you're talking about. And so I just feel this is the elite media, these individuals living in a bubble. They have no clue what the average American is suffering with, and it's not a racial issue. It just cuts through every socioeconomic, every ethnicity.
Yeah, it's not black or white. It's green, as in money.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do one last here before we get to a break, and then we'll get Dawn's Big Three on the other side. How about a visual cleansing? How about a visual scrubbing after having to sit through Joy Reid? Let's provide something a little more aesthetically pleasing, shall we? Here's Hawk Tua Girl. She's been making the rounds, and she was asked a political question. Well, kind of, at least according to Helmet Head Harry Sisson, who lost his mind on Twitter last night. Here's Hawk Tua Girl asked about Donald J. Trump. Take a listen and watch. This is clip 38, boys. Hawk Tua Girl. Here we go.
I have a game that I want to play with you guys.
That makes me
It's
nervous.
not that scary, I promise. It's called Hawk Tua or Nah. And you tell me if you want to Hawk Tua on that thing or no.
Okay.
I think you might. Are you into like older guys?
For sure.
Okay.
Oh.
My phone's not loading. All right, you ready? Come on. Oh, just a hook?
I'll give him a hawk. I'll give him a hawk.
Okay, beautiful. There you go, Dave. You got a hook. Donald Trump.
No, absolutely not.
No.
It's a no for me.
Okay, it's no.
Be a no for me as well. That being said, Harry Sisson decided to go on social media last night and basically use that as a rallying point because he's trying to get clicks. Hawk Tuah is the most popular thing, viral internet sensation right now. With all due respect to her, and I hope this doesn't come off the wrong way, but if you're the Democrats and you're using a small little clip of a viral female right now from a quote that she gave in Nashville, Tennessee, with all due respect to Nashville, as a way to kind of dunk on Donald Trump, that just goes to show you how desperate you are and where you've had to resort to because your guy, there's really nothing to prop up or brag about.
Yeah,
and Harry Sisson has never been in a position to receive the Hawk Tuah.
And he never will.
And perhaps he will be, from one of the Krasenstein brothers or something on Twitter. I don't know. It's very possible. But listen, to each their own. Just don't do it in front of kids. That's pretty funny that they asked her that. I would have thought maybe she would have said yes. Maybe pick up some of that hush money. Who knows? It would have been better.
No, but he's a married man. She doesn't. You know what I mean? Right. This is somebody who just turned 21. She's a kid.
She's young.
Right? Anybody just 2021, Donald Trump, or they didn't ask Joe Biden. Like, ew, these are married guys, first of all. You know what I mean? They didn't ask why she said that. She's like, dude, these are old dudes and they're married. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, she said no.
You think she votes Republican? You think she's ever voted? I'm going to say she's never voted, is my guess.
This would be her first presidential election, though.
Correct.
Because she's only 21.
That is correct.
So,
she would not be eligible
we'll
4 years ago. Yeah.
We need the Hawk Tuah vote. We got to pander. Soon you're going to get the Democrats pandering. I Hawk Tuah the man when I was younger. You know what I mean? I told a guy I was marching the civil rights movement, Hawk Tuah, and he voted for me.
On my watch.
Joe was asked in 1962 about doing the Hawk Tuah. Here was his response.
The hell with that.
I got hairy legs.
Although he's a swamp creature, so maybe he said,
name me a time.
They'll do anything for power.
I'm serious. Think about it.
I have thought about it, and it makes me nauseous. All right.
Brilliant.
That'll do it for the cut sheet round one. I got about 2,000 more pages. We'll get to cut sheet part 2 coming up in less than an hour. We'll come back. We'll get to a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 and a whole lot more as we continue. Kayal and Company live on a Tuesday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This July 4th, hear the boom of the fireworks, the sizzling of your grill, and the sigh of joy at the first sight of your brand new kitchen. Thanks to dynamite deals at Colonial Marble and Granite. Now get a sink and faucet gold package fully installed for $4.99 during our Independence Day sale. Save up to $700 on a package usually valued at $1,200. Visit any Colonial showroom to discover our dazzling variety of natural and engineered stone and take advantage of these deals. But hurry, while liberty is everlasting, our sale ends on July 8th. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano inviting you to join me in Wildwood at Mulligan Shore Bar tomorrow, July 3rd, to ring in the 4th of July holiday. It'll be a great day in Wildwood at Mulligan's. Blow off work tomorrow. Join me at Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood starting at noon. Mulligan's, located at 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood, New Jersey. Let's celebrate America a day early and get the holiday started. Details at 1210WPHT.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Oh, summer is upon us. This time of year, July, no time like the present to get back out on the roads. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. You know, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from some of the most beautiful, powerful, sleek brands on the roads: Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and so much more. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stensland weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
8:43, Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 at WPHT. Dawn's Big Three coming up here in just a moment. Also, off the top of the 9 o'clock hour, the Biden administration with a take a deep breath and breathe through your nose moment yesterday as they held a virtual Zoom with their top donors to assure that everything will be A-OK. We'll get to that coming up. Also, John Fetterman calls the abandoned Biden campaign dumb, says it will hurt Donald Trump. We'll get to those stories. And if you've ever been wondering why left-wing publications like the Philadelphia Inquirer are losing 70% of their subscribers, or why the Washington Post under Jeff Bezos has lost 75% of their readership since 2020 alone, I'm going to give you an op-ed from the New York Times, another joke of a publication anymore, written by somebody who goes full communist on the absurdity of the 4th of July and how they hate everything that Americans celebrate on Thursday. I'm going to read this to you verbatim, and we'll do that coming up in just a couple of minutes. But before we get to all of that, let's get to some of the news. 8:44, time for a Dawn Stensland Big Three at 8.
It's the Big Three at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Wawa this morning. A first in the nation with new federal safety standards for excessive heat in the workplace. This new rule from Biden's Department of Labor's Occupational Safety and Health Administration says employees have new requirements to identify heat hazards for workers, how workers develop heat illness, and how employers would respond to keep their employees safe. So Joe Biden will be making this announcement.
So
how hot are you?
I'm actually very, very cool right now because I've got the AC in the studio down to 68 degrees.
Brilliant.
Is this some sort of like office protocol, safety, HR procedure? Because I just assume if you're working indoors, and a shout out to the men that work outdoors because you're the real troopers out there dying in this heat. What exactly is going to go wrong for you if you work in a cubicle or in an office that's air conditioned? And I'm assuming most are.
Yeah, I guess maybe what they're going to roll out is to say that you have these standards of what the AC would be, but in particular, if you work outside, then I'll give you one example. Let's say you're working construction, like the guys we see in the parking garage right across. Then you have to take so many breaks, and they have to provide cold water and things of that nature. So they are making some new rules and regulations as far as a construction. So I think at this point, people say if you're thirsty, have your water with you, take a sip.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're saying that this is a regulation.
Okay.
And so I'll be curious to hear what the actual workers as well as the employers, the construction companies, because in Pennsylvania, we keep hearing how regulation is bad for these companies.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's great if they provide them the water, but it looks like they're going to have to provide breaks, certain breaks, like every hour, every 2 hours, depending on the heat.
I've read this before. I think when you are and I just remember this I don't know why I remember this, as a part-time employee in college, don't they have to give you a 15-minute break every 4 hours or a 30-minute break every 6 hours, assuming you work a 8-hour shift? I think that's the protocol or the law, I guess I should say. I'm not sure if that's still the same ratios, but
I know under OSHA there are federal laws
Right.
with regard to this. Usually the state will come in and regulate.
Mm-hmm.
But for this one now, this would be the first because, first of all, it's an extreme heat issue, but also these are federal. This is a federal situation.
Yeah.
Where they're laying. So this would be across the board. So state, for example, there are some states where some states don't have the extremes.
Right.
Right. And so you think of like San Diego weather. It's always 72.
And sunny.
Yeah. It must be nice.
Yeah.
But so I think it also depends on where you live, the humidity, the heat, or the cold.
I would just say stay hydrated and work smarter, not harder. Carry your water jug. I mean, my God, we see office people with the 50-ounce Stanleys walking around now. Carry your big cooler of water and stay hydrated out there, folks.
What were you going to say, Sean?
No, I was just agreeing. Yeah.
Also, President Joe Biden will be briefed on an extreme weather forecast. So we'll have that going on. So we're talking about the weather today with the Biden administration. It's all about the weather and extreme weather. That's what the Biden administration is focusing on today. Wildfire season, they say, this year's hurricane outlook. Senior administration officials are saying that FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, obviously announcing it's going to award nearly $1 billion for more than 650 climate resilience projects, and that's funded as part of the 2021 infrastructure law that was put through.
Okay.
So we got that going on.
All right.
Now, dog owners in Delaware.
Oh, buddy
Joe
boy.
Biden's Delaware. Oh, boy. What are they going to do? They're saying that in Delaware, if your dog is barking uncontrollably and loudly,
or bites like Commander.
In this one, they're saying some dog owners in Delaware, well, you could face some huge fines up to $150 if somebody's dog is convicted of excessive barking. So it's classified as barking for more than 15 minutes, which I think Mika Brzezinski is going to get the first fine. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
Why, does she have one of those little chirping little purse dogs? Or
I don't know what kind of dog.
Scarborough.
I don't know what kind of dog she has, but didn't she go on for 15 minutes?
That's true. They don't. Joe usually only lets Miko on the back deck for 8 minutes at a clip before the neighbors get mad.
Like Hillary Clinton.
And he brings the wife back inside.
Well, if your dog barks excessively for more than 15 minutes at a time or intermittently for 30 minutes or more, that's when you would face this $150 fine.
I'm not sure how this will go with the audience, but I always just let it rip. I actually enjoy. I'm on board with this, and I say this as an owner of a yellow lab who looks like a chocolate lab. He's basically a ginger redheaded. He's like Junior from Problem Child as a dog. He just can't stop barking, no matter what we've done. He's about 4.5 years old, and I think he's a nuisance to society personally. I'm like James Carville with Joe Biden. I just want to get rid of him. I want to push him out the door and never let him back in. Second dog we've had, I missed my first dog much more. He was much more presidential. My first lab. This guy's a total basket case. And we let him, before we just moved everybody back up from Nashville, we would let him out on the deck, and we had a yard with a fence, the whole bit, trampoline in the backyard. And there'd be 4 or 5. We lived on a corner, so there was 4 or 5 yards that can kind of look into our yard. And there were many nights where we'd let him out to do his thing and run around for a little bit, and he's just shooting his mouth off. And I'm like, we got to bring him in. I'm like, first of all, it's annoying me. And if it's annoying me, it's probably irritating my neighbors that might be out grilling or having a good time, having a drink. You got to get your dogs under control if they can't stop talking.
Well, why is he barking? You have to figure out what's he upset. Maybe he's trying to warn you.
I mean, should I sit down and have a conversation with him and see what he tells me?
We got to get a dog trainer or a dog whisperer, right? He's trying to tell you something.
And I love dogs, but eventually you got to be the responsible owner and say, you know what, your dog's probably ruining other people's good time. Maybe bring him inside.
Maybe he's hungry.
Yeah, could be.
We're sponsored by Wawa. Summertime's here. It is Hoagie Fest. Get $5 shorties, $6 classics, always built to order with meats, cheeses, and veggies that you're going to love. Get your favorite hot or cold hoagie or try something new only at Wawa Hoagie Fest. And our forecast sponsored by Discover Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster this weekend. And the weather, especially for Lancaster, looks beautiful. So for us, we are looking at 83 degrees today and tomorrow. We start the warm up by 4th of July, 91 degrees. And those storms, we will see some pop-up storms. No washout in the forecast. But for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, whether you're in the Philadelphia region, whether you're down the shore, it looks like there's always this chance of rain and pop-up showers, pop-up T-storms. So be safe, but discover more of Lancaster this weekend. Pack the family in for some farm fun at the opening weekend of Cherry Crest Adventure Farm in Lancaster County. Just a 90-minute drive from Philadelphia. Visit discoverlancaster.com. Plan your getaway. Thank you, Discover Lancaster, for sponsoring our forecast.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 8:53 as we wrap up the 8 o'clock hour. I want to read you this excerpt from the New York Times. This story is actually from Outkick.com. A New York Times op-ed about fireworks and just how comically stupid it is. An op-ed from the New York Times titled, "Enough with the Fireworks Already," from Margaret Renkel, spits on everything that proud Americans love about the 4th of July. It's anti-fireworks, anti-gun, anti-freedom, anti-fun, and much more. This is a direct excerpt from her column. She writes the following in part. The conflation of selfishness with patriotism. So you already know she hates America, and she hates this audience. So I'm going to read it anyway. The conflation of selfishness with patriotism is the thing that I have the hardest time accepting about our political era. Maybe we have the right to eat a hamburger or drive the biggest truck on the market or fire off bottle rockets deep into the night on the 4th of July. But it doesn't make us good Americans to do such things. I'm trying to keep a straight face as I read this. How can it possibly be American to look at the damage that fireworks can cause to the atmosphere? So you know she's a climate nut job. To forests, to wildlife, to our own beloved pets, to ourselves, and shrug. The truly American thing would be to join together to make every change we can reasonably make to alleviate the suffering of our fellow creatures, human and other than human alike. The truly American thing will be to plant a victory garden large enough to encompass the entire natural world. Sean Ferris, I'm going to give you first swing at this as a man who is very patriotic and loves his country. What goes through your mind when you see left-wing rags like the New York Times hating on everything that we're probably going to indulge ourselves in 2 days from now?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the environment. Nothing. It has everything to do with watering down America's traditions. That's all it is. And they do this every year. You're going to get the Ben and Jerry's tweet, this year. Oh, we don't celebrate a country that's built on stolen land. Here we go, the stolen land tweet. Remember last year when that came out? I don't know if you remember this.
I do.
Ben and Jerry's, they did the whole stolen land thing. And then there was a Native American tribe up in Vermont who said, yeah, your office is on our land. Can we have that land? And they didn't respond. So, of course, the left, they'll do whatever they accuse everybody else of doing is what they're doing. But this is all about watering down America's traditions. It's another attack on our heritage, on our culture, on what makes our country great. We can't celebrate. We can't take one day, the 4th of July, launch a few fireworks into the air, have a good time. But John Kerry can fly all around the world on his private jet. Taylor Swift can go all over the place on her private jet with all those emissions. AOC can't stop talking. All the hot air that comes out of her mouth is contributing more to climate change than the 4th of July ever will, because she does this 365 days a year. So none of those people, and obviously AOC, I jest, I'm saying that as a joke, but John Kerry, Leonardo DiCaprio, when he bragged one year, I celebrated New Year's Eve 3 times. How the hell did you do that? You flew to different countries, huh? In your private jet, and you put out more emissions than I'll ever put out in an entire year, right? So, if we're not going to criticize people's actual daily lives, things they do every day on your side, the private jets, the meetings in Davos, the fact that all the Paris Climate Accord, for one, was one of these things that China, Russia, India, some of the world's biggest exporters or producers of CO2 and greenhouse gases and pollutions, weren't a part of that agreement. If we're not going to criticize those things when your own people are doing it, but you're going to come after us, say, oh, we're going to kill the planet because of fireworks, it happens one day a year. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And it's par for the course. That's actually like a birdie for the course for the New York Times. They do this a lot. And they do this very well. 4th of July is here. Of course, if they were launching fireworks for a Juneteenth celebration, you wouldn't have heard anything about it.
Oh, I know.
But if it's the 4th of July, now you have, obviously a problem because it's celebrating America.
Hard to believe June has already come and gone. That month just
Thank
flew by.
goodness.
That's what happens when you
Thank
celebrate all
goodness.
month for Pride Month. Goes by real
Thank
quick.
goodness. They had people peeing on each other in the streets of San Francisco in a pride parade. Nothing says tolerance like getting peed on. That's
Yeah.
just
Reminds me of Stifler in American Pie too.
Good
when he
for the
gets
planet,
urinated
too,
on.
I guess. Great for the
Exactly. I don't know about you, Dawn, but I'm going to get in my truck on the 4th of July.
Woo!
I'm going to drive up. I'm going to burn a lot of gas. I'm going to go to my sister's house. I'm going to fire up the grill. Well, her husband's going to fire up the grill. I'm going to eat a bunch of red meat. I'm going to eat a bunch of bread and rolls and carbs. I'm going to consume way too many beers. And I won't shoot off fireworks because nobody trusts me around fireworks or lighters or flammable objects. But I'm going to enjoy the fireworks so much that I start to get a stiff neck from looking up at the sky. And not once will climate change enter my mind. Not once. But that's just me because I'm not mentally disturbed.
I love it, but I can't stand the rogue people who, like, they'll start tonight setting off some fireworks. And I live in Philadelphia, so it's like, is it gunfire or is it fireworks?
Right,
like,
and then you
know what I mean?
you open up your window and you shout,
We start at 6 a.m.
knock it off, wait till Thursday. All right, hour 4 is coming up next. Kayal and Company as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Life Surge is coming to Reading on Saturday, July 13th. Be inspired and equipped to grow your financial resources for Kingdom Impact, featuring leaders in faith and finance, including two-time national football champion Tim Tebow, Life Without Limbs Nick Vujicic, Duck Dynasty's Willie Robertson, football legend Brian Dawkins, pastor and author Craig Groeschel, plus worship artists Natalie Grant and Matthew West. That's Life Surge, Saturday, July 13th. Tickets on sale at lifesurge.com.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. We have some exciting news. Rescue Natural Supplements is having a sale of epic proportions in honor of Independence Day. Now through July 4th, use the code FREEDOM to snag 45% off 4 or more of your favorite products. You can mix and match single bottles, boost your heart health, strengthen immunity, lift energy levels, or try an all-natural sleep aid. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, speak to a rescue product consultant, or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. It's never too late or too early to fortify your body and health. Rescue's Independence Day sale ends Thursday, July 4th, so don't miss out. Remember, shop res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM. Again, the code is FREEDOM for 45% off 4 or more single bottles. Do it today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
La 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 la. Oops.
Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La, 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 la,
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
You can host the best backyard barbecue. You find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, is arthritic joint pain keeping you from doing all the things you love, especially this time of year? Bone-on-bone pain in your knees, your hips, your back, that aching shoulder. There are some exciting new cellular therapies that really get you lasting relief. I'm talking about my friends at QC Kinetics, which are helping patients like you every single day. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. And I'm talking cutting-edge treatments which accelerate your own body's healing properties, revitalizing your joints so you can move again. They have helped so many people here and tens of thousands of others across the country. If you're living with chronic pain, maybe from arthritis or maybe from that injury, you need to know that steroids, surgery, or pain pills are no longer your only options. Learn how QC Kinetics can treat the pain, enhance your joints, restore your mobility, and give you long-term relief. No downtime. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics are ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, restorative cellular treatments for those achy joints. And this is the future of medicine. You got to call. Just get a free consultation on the calendar, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Nine of 6, Kayal and Company, fourth hour underway here on this Tuesday morning. It is Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Sean as we continue. Morning mystery movie clip coming up in less than 15 minutes, and then we will get to Cut Sheet Part 2, the 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by United Tire. If you drive a car and you want it to last and not cost you a ton in the long run, get your car to United Tire and Service. Visit one of their 10 locations throughout the Delaware Valley. Visit UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Steve Kornacki posting a poll and some poll results just about 10 minutes ago. He is NBC News and MSNBC's top polling expert. You see him on front of the board on election night, hopped up on more stuff than Biden is for the State of the Union, running around like a chicken with his head cut off, but he's really good at what he does. And he just posted, and I retweeted it, two polls, The Economist / YouGov, as well as the Fox News poll, two recent polls that measured the favorable or unfavorable numbers for both number one and number two, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And actually now Joe has slid back ahead of Kamala Harris as being more unfavorable. 58% in the Economist YouGov poll gave Joe Biden an unfavorable rating. Kamala Harris at 54% unfavorable. Those numbers slightly different in the Fox News poll. Joe Biden, 56% unfavorable. Kamala Harris, 57% unfavorable. And I bring that up because top Biden officials, according to the New York Times yesterday, were trying to seek and calm their donors. And this is just a brief excerpt from this panic session as they did a Zoom audio call on Monday with about 500 members of the campaign's National Finance Committee. And a couple of the quotes: everyone just needs to breathe through the nose for a minute. That is according to Chris Corgi, the finance chair of the DNC. The senior Biden officials on the call downplayed the political fallout of the debate that was held on Thursday in Atlanta. But according to sources, the remarks Monday did little to stem the anxiety of the campaign's well-heeled patrons, according to people on the call who described it while it was still ongoing. So this was, one of these audio-only Zooms where you can maybe be texting somebody and nobody can see you while you're doing the Zoom. And the Biden campaign took no questions from donors. Instead, the contributors had to submit their questions through the Zoom messaging app, but other attendees could not read them, according to people on the call. And one donor asked the campaign how it would respond to a significant erosion of polling. And the campaign largely dismissed the concern, saying, quote, "The media has spent a ton of time blowing this out of proportion." And I bring this up because I think money talks. And Silicon Valley, a lot of reports over the last 2 to 3 weeks, all the big investors out in the Bay Area, the West Coast, big tech country, the ones that were very hesitant to support and endorse and back Trump in 16 and or 20 are now all coming out and doing that this time around because their bottom line is being impacted and affected. So I always believe in the adage that money talks, and follow the money, and it will answer a lot of the questions: who, what, why, when, and where, how, so forth and so on. And this to me might be one of the biggest concerns for the Biden campaign, because we just talked about this, Dawn and Sean. Trump and his camp, after the last month, rallying the troops financially and just blowing right past Joe when it comes to donors and big spending. Because if the money dries up, that's when action usually is taken.
Yeah, I say it's money talks and BS walks.
That's
right?
what I was told. Yes, yes.
That's the entire premise of the situation. Like, you look at these companies like Tractor Supply, Bud Light, Target, Kohl's, etc. When you do these boycotts, and the left is like, oh, that's cancel culture. Well, first of all, that's you're voting with your dollars. It's totally good and totally fine. When you take away what people really want, that's the green, that's the money, that's what keeps the operations going. People notice. And I think hitting them in the wallet is the best way to go about doing it. Money talks, BS walks. BS is, I'm not going there anymore. And then next week, you're over there, eating at whatever establishment it is that you said you were going to boycott. That's BS. That's bluster. Mm-hmm. But when you make that conscious decision to say that, listen, I am personally going to defund that operation. I will not support that operation. If a large number of people do that in unison, it starts to make an impact. And look, how quickly did Tractor Supply turn around? Their stock took a beating. I mean, this whole thing that Robbie Starbuck, we talked about it yesterday, put out. It was over the better part of a month or so. Their stock took a beating, and they changed course appropriately. And they did. I think they did the right thing. If our members of Congress, let's go ahead and say, acted the same way as Tractor Supply did, we'd be in a little bit of a better situation, I think, in this country where, okay, well, we see and we hear what our representatives, whether they're, what our constituents or customers, if you're a representative or a business, are saying, then you react to what the people who serve or who you're serving want. And that's essentially, how it should be. So money talks, BS walks. You want to make a difference, hit them in the wallet.
Yes, indeed. 855-839-1210. Then I saw this story. This will be the last story of the day before we get to our morning mystery movie clip and cut sheet part 2. Politico with the story of 12 experts on what Joe Biden needs to do after his debate debacle. And they were asked a variety of questions, and some of the responses really go to show you that no matter how you try to alter this, I don't think you can spin it. I don't think you can correct it. You can't fix it. Basically, you're now going to run on SCOTUS is the new villain. SCOTUS is the new boogeyman. Trump's a bad guy. Trump derangement syndrome, the hatred towards Trump, and, of course, abortion. That's all they have, right? Because the policies are indefensible and the candidate you can no longer defend. And when you give experts the chance to weigh in on, well, how would you salvage a sinking ship? And the responses are, quote, rally around him no matter what. Dawn talks about that all the time. Democrats in the 23rd hour always rally behind their guy. Not sure that strategy will work this time. The other expert says, just let Joe Biden be Joe Biden. Well, I would sit there and say, hey, Mr. Expert, that's why he's in the position he is, because Joe Biden is just a vegetable, to quote Sean Farish at this point. I mean, he's pretty much out of it. Quote, Biden should bless a new nominee. Okay. But Nevada and Wisconsin, it's already too late. Joe can't come off the ballot. Could you imagine if they did that and they punted on a swing state? I've said, in the past, this election could legitimately come down to Pennsylvania. What if it comes down to Wisconsin, where Joe, according to the Heritage Project, would not, even if he's removed from the ballot and people vote for him, they would not get a single vote, and you would give Wisconsin by default to Donald Trump. Then they say candor and transparency about the aging process would go a long way. Well, I mean, Joe says from time to time, I don't debate like I used to. I don't walk like I used to. But all the other minions are out there trying to tell you that your eyes are lying to you, and he's not eroding before your very eyes. And then the last expert said a Whitmer-Harris ticket would be appealing. I would actually argue that if you put out Gretchen Whitmer and Kamala Harris together on a ticket, it would be glorious seeing people on both sides of the Democratic aisle, the far left that do the identity politics game versus those that are more moderate or just kind of a classic liberal. Because what the far left would do then was say, wait a minute, you're going to jump Gretchen Whitmer over Kamala Harris? We talk about the sexism card, the racism card, why they don't go to Gavin Newsom. Could you imagine the reaction if they put Gretchen Whitmer ahead of Harris on this ticket? You thought Joy Reid's head exploded an hour ago in the cut sheet. You imagine what her monologue would be tonight if that happened?
Yeah, it's true. I worry. I always, as I say, what are the Democrats going to do? They always find a way, another pathway. And so I think of the two things, what do they have? They have danger to democracy. We're going to see ads in Pennsylvania, a whole new ad buy talking about Trump, a danger to democracy, and dealing with the SCOTUS ruling. But then what else do they have? Abortion. And so I think about, abortion on the ballot. It's not on the ballot here in Pennsylvania, but it is on the ballot. New York, Maryland, Florida, Nevada, Colorado, South Dakota. And I worry about the fact that they're going to push hard in those states as far as abortion being on the ballot. And then they're still saying that in some states like Arizona or Arkansas or Missouri, for example, they're still saying that they're trying to get it on the ballot, which I can't believe it's this late and they still might get it on the ballot. I just worry about what they're going to try to sneak on the ballot to influence and energize voters to go a certain way.
Yep. 855-839-1210. On the other side, it's time for the morning mystery movie clip, and then we will get to what's on the cut sheet part 2 as Ron DeSantis says, what about Weekend at Bernie's part 2? We'll get to that and many more clips coming up on the cut sheet, including one of Sean Farish's favorites, who still, 16 years later, does not know how to pronounce the name of a former two-term, President of the United States. That and much more on the cut sheet as we continue. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Where else should we celebrate Independence Day? I know Independence Hall, okay, the founders and all that stuff, but Johnny Z and Mulligan's, they're founders. The Dom Giordano Show always heads there. It happens tomorrow, the broadcast, noon until 3, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. Congressman Jeff Van Drew will be there. There might be some scotch tasting. Great food, great drink, lots of fun. Tomorrow, noon until 3 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-578-2415. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-578-2415 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. That's 800-578-2415. To see if you qualify, that's 800-578-2415.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano inviting you to join me in Wildwood at Mulligan Shore Bar tomorrow, July 3rd, to ring in the 4th of July holiday. It'll be a great day in Wildwood at Mulligan's. Blow off work tomorrow. Join me at Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood starting at noon. Mulligan's, located at 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood, New Jersey. Let's celebrate America a day early and get the holiday started. Details at 1210WPHT.com.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
LifeSurge is coming to Reading on Saturday, July 13th. Be inspired and equipped to grow your financial resources for Kingdom Impact, featuring leaders in faith and finance, including two-time national football champion Tim Tebow, Life Without Limbs Nick Vujicic, Duck Dynasty's Willie Robertson, football legend Brian Dawkins, pastor and author Craig Groeschel, plus worship artists Natalie Grant and Matthew West. That's LifeSurge, Saturday, July 13th. Tickets on sale at lifesurge.com.
You know me, you know I love easy living. You want the best. You want relaxation and invigoration. You want to transform your outdoor living space. You go to Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA because it's not a hot tub, it's a jacuzzi. With Jacuzzi, you get the quality, you get the price, you get the whole thing.
Visit Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of SCPA.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, welcome back in. 9:24 here on a Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Sean Farish. Stocker's got the next 2 weeks off, and Sean is in with us again this morning. He'll be back in again tomorrow morning. And then I also think, Sean, you're with us next week as well, correct?
Yeah, all week. So, buckle up, everybody.
Let's go. Let's have some fun.
Our seatbelt sign is on.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes. Keep hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times.
That's
all
right.
9:24. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does Kunu have some, cool Hawaiian meaning? It means Chuck. I plugged it into a database. There's a thing you can go on the internet. You just type in your name, and it just says it. What's your name?
I'm Peter.
Peter?
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a Hawaiian name.
Oh, great.
Kyopi.
Great.
Kyopi, looks like you got a little pain behind those eyes.
Yeah, maybe a little.
There's really only one cure for that.
What's that?
Weed. You got any?
Think you know what it is? Call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Today's prize winner will win a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra on Saturday, July 13th at the Ocean City Music Pier in Ocean City, New Jersey. The show is a musical tribute to Philadelphia sports, featuring all of Conklin's impressions, plus songs with Joe's daughter, his brothers, and many guest performers. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
All right. Thank you very much, Henry. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. We'll see if we get our winner here for those tickets coming up in just a couple of minutes. But right now, let's get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. All right. What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. as we have so many more clips to get through, and we'll do that right now for probably about the next 15 or 20 minutes. Sean Farish, I mentioned a guy that's probably somewhat, I would presume, near and dear to your heart. The audience is probably aware of him as well. He's, I would say, one of the founding fathers of sports talk radio. I mean, there's been many great legends in this city. Angelo Cataldi, Howard Eskin, Tony Bruno, Mike Missinelli, just to name a few. In New York, you know, you had Mike and the Mad Dog, legendary sports talk show on Odyssey station WFAN with Mike Francesa and Chris Russo. And Chris Russo, you might see him on ESPN, you might see him on MLB Network, and he now does his afternoon radio show on satellite. But even 16 years later, Mad Dog Russo still cannot pronounce Barack Obama's name correctly. I don't know how this is possible for somebody in any walk of life, much less as a broadcaster, much less as a guy who talks for a living. And, oh, by the way, I do think probably knows politics. I don't know for sure. I think Russo probably skews a little on the conservative side, and that's just me going out on a limb here. This is clip 25, boys, as Chris Mad Dog Russo still can't say Barack Obama.
Or if Biden doesn't come to his senses, or if Obama or, you know, Clinton, whomever it's Obama, Michelle and Barack, if Barack Obama. If anybody's got the ability to convince him to drop out.
Barack Obama, Barack Obama. It's, with all due respect, doggy, it's Barack. We've all figured out how to say it correctly, yet that guy still can trip over the easiest words of all time.
I love Mad Dog. I love me some Mad Dog. I missed the show. Mike and the Mad Dog was such a good time in sports radio. Everything kind of like, I feel like the world changed once they split up, and then Mike Francesa retired, and then he did his like little Brett Favre. All right, we're back. We were tired for a few minutes. We're back. He came back after a couple of weeks, right? What was that? It was because I think FAN trotted out some show that was doing horribly, and then he came back in, and it wasn't the same. The whole world changed when the greats of sports talk radio went their separate ways and did everything else. I cannot believe, though, Russo can't pronounce Barack. It's not a hard thing to do.
No, it's not. And he gets tripped up on a lot of the L's sometimes. Like he has trouble saying Roger Goodell or Bill Belichick, which, by the way, you said the world changed when that happened. I think that when those two broke up, that was right around the same time Obama was elected in 2008. So
that's probably why it happened. So
now I didn't know you did a Francesa impersonation. Do you have any more?
I've been doing Francesa.
Can you do us a conversation? Right, I'm gonna put you to the test right now. This is totally ad-libbing on the fly. I want to hear a conversation between Donald Trump and Mike Francesa. Can you give us one on the fly?
You want to do it?
Yeah,
I'll do it right now. Right now. We're going to go to Donald in West Palm Beach. What's up, Donald? Well, Mike, I have to say you were a great guy, although there are some things you say about the New York Jets that we don't really like. But, I want to just say that congratulations on your ratings. I'm on your show, and your ratings are going to be incredible this morning, and it's going to be incredible as you continue on. So I just wanted to say that you're a tremendous guy. You're doing a very good job. And you're welcome for the ratings. You're absolutely welcome for the ratings. And wait a second, Mr. President. Listen, we've been number one for years. Okay, we've been doing sports talk radio for years, whether you're on the show or not. And the only reason you got elected is because I endorsed you. Okay, it's because I endorsed you. Back after this.
Dude,
is that good? No, we like that. Is that good?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Woo!
I've been doing Francesa for a while. I listened to him for a while. It's hard because I'm not like 500 pounds, So, although he might have gone on Ozempic, so maybe he's 300 now. He's he was fun to listen to. Before the retirement, and then he came back. I used to do that for my friends all the time. I would record messages on my phone, and they're like, "We think this is two different people." I'm like, "No, it's me." We have a good time.
You don't do a Mad Dog Russo impersonation, do you?
You know, it's funny because I would think I'd be able to do it because I don't. I can't sound
Okay.
like him. I've tried for years.
All
and I
right.
just can't. I don't know. There's something about his voice. Maybe it's because he can't pronounce Barack. I don't know.
Barak, we got Barik.
That I can't do.
All
Yeah.
right.
He is a big Chris Christie supporter, though. Mad Dog.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, he had Chris Christie on a lot donated to his campaign.
Okay, I figured he was a Republican, but I didn't know he was a Christie guy. Yeah.
It's still
sloppy Chris Christie.
But especially that he's donated to Republicans, it gives an ignoramus label.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And
Right.
allows the other side to say stuff, which is,
I got you. All right, let me grab our morning mystery movie clip winner, and then we'll continue with the cut sheet. Anthony is in New Jersey. Anthony, good morning. What movie clip did we play for you?
Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
That is correct. Congratulations, Anthony. You've got yourself the Joe
Thank you.
Conklin tickets, and we appreciate you playing and listening.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You got it. Anthony in New Jersey. All right, boys, clip 34. If you thought, Mad Dog botching Barack is funny, this is actually hysterical. Biden campaign co-chair Chris Coons says that Biden should do a 2-hour-long press conference to showcase his extreme vigor and mental acuity. I mean, look, it's one thing when you work for somebody and you carry the water, but this is an insult to the intelligence of America. Clip 34, here you go.
I mean, he has given fewer press conferences, fewer interviews than any president in modern history, including the previous one, who's now running for re-election. And, this could all be...
And the previous one told more lies per sentence than any candidate has ever told on a debate stage.
This is not the discussion that we're having. We could certainly, have that conversation. I certainly didn't particularly care for it when President Biden said no U.S. service members had been killed in the previous 4 years. But moving on from things that were said that were not true, I think it is easy to settle this right now by President Biden going to the Brady Press Center, the press file in the White House, and doing a 2-hour press conference. Everybody would cover it live. Networks probably would cover it live. He'd answer all these questions. It's not a crazy thing to expect a president to do. And the fact is, that. The campaign knows that. The White House knows that. That's how you settle this. You just put him in front of reporters, and he handles himself with acuity, aplomb. We all see it was just a fluke. Oh, my God, I can't believe it happened, and we move on. The fact that you haven't done that says quite a bit to me.
Wow.
Jake, what I've just said maybe 3 times in this interview is that is what I am urging and recommending.
Since last Thursday, am I out of line by thinking that maybe whatever Fetterman's been taking for the last 4 months, Jake Tapper just started taking? All of a sudden, Tapper's making sense. He's very impartial and fair at the debate as a moderator, as one half of the Tapper and Bash tag team. And now he pretty much comes out and says, this is what you should do, and basically implying that your guy is incapable of doing this for 2 hours. Which, let's be honest, in that setting, does anybody shine brighter than Trump in a setting like that where he's just up there for 2 hours shooting into the wind? I don't think Joe Biden can shoot into the wind for more than 12 seconds.
COVID press conferences with Trump were like the best, right? I mean, then they went on forever. My favorite was when Burks was talking about, Scarf Lady. She looked like she wore tablecloths, your Thanksgiving tablecloths around the neck for fun. I don't know what the hell her problem was.
They did.
But when she was like, "Oh, I had a fever," and Trump walked away from her and was like, "Oh no," and then she said I was negative, and he came back. And even Mike Pence cracked a smile, and Bill Barr, who was standing there for some strange reason, cracked a smile. I don't know what he was doing at a COVID press conference, but whatever. Trump can go on these long press conferences. He could do it for probably a whole day. I said it. I think I said it in jest last Friday when I joined you guys. As Trump. We looked at the donations. We looked at the merchandise on the website, and we saw an order for a J Tapper. We saw that, a MAGA hat. He's a supporter now. Dana Bash, she's also a supporter. She divorced her husband, her ex-husband, because he signed the letter. And then she divorced him because he's a lying scumbag. So you saw what happened. He's a supporter now. Jake Tapper supports me now. We love him. Welcome, Jake. Welcome. You're not fake Jake anymore. You're Real Jake. We love you. You're a great guy.
Awesome.
All right, let me get to a little bit more of Tapper as he pretty much dunks on Chris Coons of the Biden campaign. This is clip 35, boys, where Jake Tapper basically says that Joe is in cognitive decline, and then he provides all of the receipts. Clip 35, Jake Tapper, go.
With all due respect, it is not honest to say that this is just one night. There have been moments like this that people have seen in front of the cameras and other moments but with cameras not there. Just 2 weeks ago, let me just show this clip. There was another moment like this, not just a senior losing a train of thought, but something else going on. Here he is. It was an event about immigration. He tries to introduce DHS Secretary Mayorkas, and there's some sort of glitch. I don't know what it is. Let's roll that tape.
Thanks to all the members of Congress and Homeland Security Secretary. I'm not sure I'm going to introduce you all the way.
Wow.
But all kidding aside, Secretary Mayorkas.
I don't know what that was.
That doesn't trouble me at all, Jake.
No, of course not. No, it doesn't. You know, honestly, if you are a young Biden staffer, I understand why you keep riding because it's your career. You're trying to make a name for yourself in politics. I don't know how old Chris Coons is. I'm just going to guess, I don't know, 58, 62. I mean, it's so hard to defend Joe Biden right now. I mean, Jake Tapper is legitimately destroying that guy on live television. This is CNN. This is your soft landing spot. I mean, this is where you get all the softballs. But this is what happens. And we always talk about this. Eventually, they're going to turn on you. And they're doing that right now across the board in the mainstream media where normally they're the lapdogs for the Democrat and that administration. What was that?
I can't. Jake Tapper even said, I don't know what that was.
I don't know what that was.
I can't believe he said that.
That's not a fake
because
cheap, that's not a cheap fake, by the way, Sean.
No.
That's real tape.
I know. And I remember that clip where Biden kind of phrases, he's trying to say Mayorkas, and he just kind of got stuck. You know, he sounded like, you know, when you try and start the lawnmower and it's like, and it doesn't start right. You got to pull the thing a bunch of times. And then the fact that Jake Tapper is like, yeah, we don't know what that was. And the guy's like, no, it's fine. That's not a problem. How is not knowing your DHS secretary's name not a problem? So you mean to tell me if Donald Trump was like, yeah, we have the Department of Homeland Security secretary, whatever the hell his name is, we don't know. You're not going to have a problem with that? You're going to tell Donald Trump could come out and but of course they don't have to, they make up what he says. Yeah. Oh, he said to inject bleach. He said very fine people. Yeah. That's bad. How about, and I posted this on Twitter not too long ago, when Joe Biden on 60 Minutes said, I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly. What? I don't know what that means.
Than fly.
I don't know what that means.
I'm serious.
I no more think of myself as being as old as I am than fly. No clue. 2022. Scott Pelley was chewing on his glasses, interviewing him in 60 Minutes. Yeah, Mr. President, what do you mean by that? Nothing. Yeah. Nothing. He's just like, oh, yeah, nice answer. What do you mean? What do you mean? What does that mean?
Also,
I need to know what that means.
Also goes to show you their disregard for the border. The border's such a non-priority for Joe Biden. He doesn't even know the name of the guy who's supposed to be in charge of the border, Alejandro Mayorkas, your deputy Homeland Security. You're right with Trump. If Trump didn't know his name, AOC would be demanding that they invoke the 25th Amendment right now.
Yeah.
That's where we would be today. All right, let's go down to the state of Florida. It's been a while since we've heard from Mr. Ron DeSantis. But here is the governor of Florida talking about a Joe Biden weekend at Bernie's presidency part 2. Listen to this, clip 39.
The other thing I would say is, I had a really uncomfortable feeling sitting in front of the TV watching that debate on Thursday night. Here's it was literally 4 or 5 minutes in, and it was painful to watch Joe do that. But the issue is Now you have some of these media people saying, that he should not run and all this other stuff when they knew that this is how he was. You compare him to 2019, to that debate, it's been a really significant decline. And the idea that decline is going to stop, that somehow you can make it to age 86, given the trajectory, is a joke. And everybody knows that's a joke. A lot of these people in the media, they decided to try to paper that over to try to get him across the finish line. Well, what happened on Thursday was people saw with their own eyes. And so they're not going to be able to gaslight that. They're not going to be able to whitewash it. And I think they understand that. So now they're saying in some quarters, and important quarters, hey, he should step aside. He's not up to the job. But understand, they're only saying that not because they have any problem with having a president that has cognitive limitations and is in cognitive decline. They are perfectly willing to let the executive branch be run by a bunch of these staffers, these left-wing staffers who none of us elected, and they're totally fine to have a weekend at Bernie's presidency part 2. They are totally fine with that. The reason why they're calling for that is not because they think it's important that a president can actually discharge the functions. No, they're calling for it because that scene was so jarring that they understand he's going to lose. And so they want to be able to try to get someone else in there that will carry out the.
Now, you guys know I like Ron DeSantis a lot. I love his policies. He's incredibly, incredibly effective. He was one of the few that delivered the red wave 2 falls ago during the midterms. But when we saw him run his campaign for the primary season, we really got to see how uncomfortable he is in public settings. The charisma, the charm, the conversational elements that Trump is so natural in, DeSantis is very unnatural at. But so when you have a guy who's unnatural in those settings and speeches, obliterating a guy and saying, I felt uncomfortable watching Joe Biden, that's just another damning element of uncomfortable dunking on uncomfortable. And we've talked about this debate for 5 days now, and we'll move on from it after the 4th of July. But, I think most people, if you were objectively looking at it, 90 seconds in on Thursday night, you realize that whatever that dude could have been on for the State of the Union, he wasn't on again because he came out with nothing in the tank.
Yeah, nothing can take away from it.
No.
We cannot unsee what we saw.
We
I sound like Kamala.
We cannot be unburdened by what we've seen or what has been.
Yeah, that was a Kamala statement, but you're right, though, Dawn. You're right. You can't unsee it.
And you caught yourself, too. Dawn caught herself right away. She goes, oh, my God, I'm having a Kamala moment.
See, you're playing. You're playing that stupid clip all the time. She can't be unburdened, but we cannot unsee. What is the quote that she says? We cannot, I don't know.
We can unburden by what has been.
Okay, well. Yeah. It fits.
Wow.
It's scary.
It's like community banks are an important part of the community.
Yeah.
Right? Or something like that.
Yeah, because they're led by people in the community.
Oh, my God.
And they are physically located in the community in which they serve the community members.
As banks. Right.
Yes.
Great.
You imagine her doing a Federal Credit Union spot.
Oh, my God.
Good Lord. All right, that'll do it. That's all we've got for Cut Sheet Part 2. We actually have more, but we're out of time. We'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show and what happened today in music history. But first, let me tell you about my friends with the bike ride coming up. That's right, Families Behind the Badge. Hopefully, you will join me once again in supporting the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's coming up Sunday, July 21st. We're just 19 days away. You have a lot of options here, 65 miles from Philly to AC, or you can cut that by over 50% if you want to ride 30 miles from Hamilton. Just go to bendtoshore.org, and when you sign up with the promo code NICK1210, they'll knock off $25 off your registration fee. FBBCF provides financial relief for families of fallen and injured first responders, and we hope that you will join us, and we'll show everybody how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement and also the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between the police and the youth.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Using credit cards could soon become a hassle in Pennsylvania. Some in the legislature are considering a multi-million-dollar giveaway to corporate megastores and may force you to pay for parts of your purchase in cash, while small businesses will have to manage an accounting nightmare. This mandate could also expose information about the private purchases you make. Prevent credit card chaos at guardyourcard.com/Pennsylvania. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
And paid for by AG Marketing Group. Attention timeshare owners. If you need to get rid of your timeshare for any reason, please listen to the following message. Getting out of a timeshare commitment is not easy, and it takes time. But we specialize in helping consumers legally get rid of their expensive timeshares forever. Can't get the vacation dates that work for you? Maybe you felt taken advantage of or forced into the timeshare? Maybe you just can't continue to shoulder those monthly payments any longer. If you need to eliminate your timeshare commitment, then you need to take down this number, 800-866-7061. We will safely and legally get rid of your timeshare payments forever, all with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Don't continue to let your timeshare be a financial burden to you and your loved ones. Call us now at 800-866-7061. The call is free, the consultation is free. Call 800-866-7061. That's 800-866-7061. Again, 800-866-7061.
It's hot out there, and your inefficient windows mean high utility bills all year long. Window Nation sells some of the most energy-efficient windows you can buy and was recently ranked highest on Forbes' list of best window installation companies. Right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 free, plus 0 down and no interest or payments for 2 years. Stop paying more than you have to. Schedule an in-home estimate right now at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start at PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient at PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? You know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
This segment of Kayal and Company brought to you by Discover Lancaster. Discover more of Lancaster this weekend. Pack the family in for some farm fun at the opening weekend of Cherry Crest Adventure Farm in Lancaster County. Plan your getaway today. DiscoverLancaster.com. The Dawn Show coming up in exactly 10 minutes, and we find out what she has planned for the top of the hour.
Yeah, so off the top, we'll talk about Biden, the local reaction, Governor Shapiro, what he's saying, and local reaction from our pundits and elected officials. Talk about where First Lady Jill Biden is, hint, hint, in Pennsylvania today. So many saying she runs the show. Coming up at 10:30 then, I'll have a conversation with Curtis Bashaw. So nobody thought he had a shot in you-know-what when he announced his candidacy back in January for the U.S. Senate. This is the Menendez seat, and against Andy Kim. Look at these polls, and I know, as Sean Farish correctly said, the polls skew conservative in one of the latest ones, but overall, keeping hope alive in New Jersey. Bashaw has a better chance than anybody ever thought. could, oh my God, in the Senate. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to have a conversation with, he's also the owner of the great, Congress Hall, beautiful hotel in Cape May, New Jersey, if you've ever spent a day or night there. So we'll talk to him about the Jersey Shore and his candidacy.
Okay, Dawn Show coming up in just about 8 minutes, as now we find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 2nd, we celebrate the birthdays of Dave Parsons from the band Bush, who's now 58, and Johnny Colella from Huey Lewis and the News, who's now 72. Singles include She Bop by Cyndi Lauper in 84, and We're an American Band by Grand Funk Railroad in 1973. Albums include The Last in Line by Dio in 84, Flesh and Blood by Poison in 90, Into the Great Wide Open by Tom Petty in 91, and Invasion of Your Privacy by Rat in 1985. All great albums. Also, in 2015, Rush was on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine for the first time. In 1969, the band Mountain formed on Long Island. In 1980, Bob Weir and Mickey Hart from the Grateful Dead were arrested on suspicion of starting a riot after they tried to interfere in a drug bust. But lastly, another riot story. In 1991, Axl Rose caused a riot to break out during a GNR gig after leaping into the crowd to remove a camera. Over 50 people were injured and 15 were arrested. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Nice work, Philip. As we wrap up a Tuesday, one more show tomorrow before we break for the 4th of July holiday. Sean, good stuff. We'll reconvene tomorrow at 6 a.m. All right, buddy?
Yes, I'm very excited to be back again, 6 a.m. Day before the 4th of July. It'll be Independence Day Eve. I'm excited. I always get excited for Independence Day, for the 4th of July. So it's going to be a good one tomorrow as well. Thanks, everybody, for listening today.
Yes, indeed. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Until then, good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Join me again on the first Wednesday of the month for WPHT's Veteran Spotlight. It's a program where we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. Tomorrow morning, we honor retired Marine Corps veteran Colonel Tom Manion for his service and contributions to the veteran community. Presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth. And if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS has raised the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes in recent years. This hits hard if you're behind on your taxes. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. If you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is, getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.